Well, good game, huh?
Other panels, and you can.
Okay, guys, Attorney Walter now, we're going to be going over a topic that is really, really hot right now in the news. It's something that a lot of people are wondering what's going to happen. And we're in this really unique, different situation than we traditionally find ourselves in, which is that in this instance, we have the political sides, the Democrats and Republicans, basically going at it more so than usual. I mean, think about it. It took 15 attempts for McCarthy to go ahead and get voted in for the Speaker of the House. So what's interesting about this scenario is that it causes this general dynamic problem in politics to get funding to the government. All right, let's go through the basics real quick. Now, when I talk about essentially benefits, I'm talking about specific benefits, not Social Security disability benefits. So, for example, I'm not talking about Social Security disability benefits in the sense of SSDI. I'm not talking about supplemental security income benefits, SSI. I'm not talking about traditional retirement benefits. What I'm talking about for these types of benefits, which are now facing this particular hardship, this suspension, this halting of their use, would be the following types of benefits: investments in the Civil Service Retirement and Disability Fund, Postal Service Retiree Health Benefits Fund, Government Securities Investment Fund, and the Federal Employees Retirement System Thrift Savings Plan. So basically, people that work for the government, many of them can pay into these programs to get additional benefits out of them. And these are the ones that are imminently in suspension going forward. Let me go through why. So, Treasury Secretary Yellen is more than worried at this point. She will be applying extraordinary, but you never really see that term used in the government. It's very rare, but extraordinary accounting tricks to keep the government afloat. These tricks will fail by mid May. That's what they're saying. And with full shutdown potentially being around early June. So that gives you kind of your metrics here on how much negotiation will occur between Democrats and Republicans with the House and the Senate and the White House. Now, the following tricks that they're likely going to be using, and she's stated in one of the articles that I read, was moving money from one agency to another. So if one agency is particularly low on money, they might move money from one agency to the other to keep things afloat. Um, Number two, selling government assets. Number three, doing things the IRS frowns upon when we do them. Number four, selling military gear. Number five, obtaining temporary loans. Number six, allowing some agencies to work while others will ramp down. Number seven, closing down the national parks. Number eight, stopping federal infrastructure repair. Number nine, defaulting on less critical loans. Number 10, suspending new investments. Number 11, giving out more leases for private companies to pay big money to obtain those leases. Number 12, waiting desperately while the numbers come in for how much taxes people paid in. So, what this all kind of comes down to, if you were to imagine, is that we're in a unique situation. The government has, as of today, today's the day, today's the wonderful day, run out of money in some sections to continue moving forward. So now they're going to shift money around, get rid of some assets, sell some things. They might even try, if it gets bad enough, to use what the younger Democrats, the freshman Democrats, were suggesting with a fourth stimulus, which was to create a platinum coin, with a big T on it, at the U.S. Mint, and then attribute $1 trillion worth to that coin, and then put it into the treasury, and then disperse the funds, etc., and then handle the accounting down the line. So the bottom line is, I mean, if it gets really desperate, they might try something like that. But, once again, the first benefits on the slowdown, the halting, the suspension are your investments in the Civil Service Retirement and Disability Fund. They might even reach into those funds to go ahead and utilize some of these savings that were created by those, which is a bit of government dipping right there, but I mean, desperate times kind of gig. Once again, the Postal Service Retiree Health Benefit Fund is in danger. The Government Securities Investment Fund is in danger. The Federal Employees Retirement System Thrift Savings Plan is in danger. So a lot of these government benefits, not the traditional Social Security disability insurance, not the traditional supplemental security income or the retirement, but a lot of these benefits basically will equate to, one of those things where, and what I'm getting at is we're not going to see Social Security Administration benefits in danger anytime soon unless things get really bad. My expectation is that the Republicans and the Democrats are going to come together and work a deal. Here's kind of one of the weird things about that whole situation. Biden at this point has been very almost egotistical about dealing with the situation, saying, okay, well, we're going to find moderate Republicans to go ahead and make a deal so we can just raise the spending limit and not have to cut budgets, not have to do some accounting to make things work. But I don't think the moderate Republicans are in control enough right now, considering, like I said, it took, what was it, 15 times for McCarthy to go ahead and, get voted in for the seat, as Speaker of the House. So I'm not sure President Biden's belief that he can go ahead and win this thing on Democrats and moderate Republicans alone is going to work, because the moderate Republicans are going to side more with the group, the class in general, and you're going to see Democrats sitting there going like, well, people are going to suffer, and it's at the hands of the Republicans, and they'll play that card. And that card might be successful for a period, but I don't know how much pressure the Republicans are going to feel, because remember, the Republicans are coming into this thing feeling, remember, they come from the Trump era. They come from 2 years ago they were expecting 4 more years of Trump. They were expecting a lot more changes. They were expecting to work on the economy, get it back up to where it could be. People throwing celebratory parades, out boating, all that kind of stuff. But instead, kind of what we got over the past 2 years has not been a celebration of capitalism. It's been, kind of a selling down the river of capitalism, which is never good, because at the end of the day, we have to succeed as a country financially to be able to support all the benefits that we have. Most of these benefits that we're talking about being in imminent danger are essentially those types of benefits, which, realistically, let's call it like it is. They're not the mega programs that you'd be expecting, your VA benefits, your Social Security Administration benefits, etc. So, all right, now, one of the things that I thought was interesting is that while this is going on, Republicans have floated raising the age for Medicare and Social Security eligibility in an effort to reduce the federal deficit, which is weird because, we pay a separate FICA tax. So this really isn't hurting the general tax fund like so many other things, so many other programs. So things are getting a little bit odd right now, but you're going to be seeing essentially some interesting moments, some 2011 style moments, some 2018, 2019 style moments where the government shuts down for an extended period. And what will probably happen, in my opinion, we know now that they have until about mid-May. So, you got basically February, March, April, and then mid-May is when they're not going to be able to use their tricks anymore to keep this thing afloat. So they'll start to methodically shut things down. They'll start to slow things down, etc. We get to mid-May, we're facing a real drama problem. We get to essentially early June, a month later, kind of gig, or even less, then we're facing like, the agencies in general will have run out. So, there's no like shuffling the funds this way. There's no selling these, fighter jets to go ahead and pay for this or whatever. It's just a really, really terrible situation. So, and what's unique about this situation as a comparative is that politically, we haven't had a setup like this where there was essentially hard line Republicans pushing a particular agenda, a particular side, coming across Democrats who have, let's call it like it is, they've stuck together well. Democrats are better, they're superior at sticking together. Republicans don't tend to stick together. The pre-party groups, right, for the Democrats have always been significantly more effective, where they've been able to stick together. Whereas the Republicans, they create these like factions, this side, and there's this little group of Republicans here and this little group of Republicans here. So they tend to struggle when it comes to coming together to make something a reality. So anyways, guys, the point of this video is to explain that this is not going to be for your traditional Social Security Administration based benefits or your VA-based benefits, but rather these other ones, the investment in the Civil Service Retirement and Disability Fund, Postal Service Retiree Health Benefits Funds, Government Security Investment Funds, the Federal Employee Retirement System Thrift Savings Plan. Those types of government plan benefits are in danger. Now, over the next, okay, look, if I were to put my nickel down, because that's what you guys are going to be wondering where I think this thing is going to go. I think that this thing will essentially be fixed, right? I think this thing will be completed or pushed forward, or everything, done, I don't know, where they all agree on, raising the limit within the next, I would say, probably month and a half. I say month and a half because the Republicans are going to hold the Democrats hostage. The Democrats are going to hold the Republicans hostage.
Have you seen this strange device? It was discovered in New Mexico, and authorities don't want the...
Ultimately, when it comes down to it, the American people don't remember the political games that were played and how their own parties hurt themselves, hurt their constituents, their people, their voters, and stuff like that. So I see them pushing it, but I don't see them pushing it to the point in which the Democrats or the Republicans create enemies out of their own party people. The tough thing that comes from all of this is that the Republicans are pushing Americans first, pro-America, etc. But at the same time, they're talking about reducing the amount of retirement benefits you ultimately get by increasing the age in which you can take them. So as a result of that, it's not like you're going to go ahead and live, longer by having to take retirement benefits later. It just means you have fewer years where you're receiving benefits, which means fewer years where you're retired. The ironic thing is when you sit down and actually calculate how many years you get until you pass away, by the average person, it's not many years of retirement. It's not. It could be 10 years, it could be 15 years, but it's not as much as you think. And if you look at the different groups and things like that, they actually split it down by race as to which group will receive the most retirement benefits out of all the different races that are in America. And just, spoiler alert, the Asian category group basically is able to tap into the most retirement benefits out of any group because those individuals live longer than the Latinos. Latinos live longer than the Caucasians. Caucasians live longer than the African Americans. And the African Americans live longer than the Native Americans. So it's just one of those things where the longer you live, the longer your people live, basically you'll be able to get the benefit of those retirement benefits longer. So a little side note there. But anyways, guys, I will catch you a little bit later. We're going to be doing the next video shortly, which goes into you guys being able to call me and ask me whatever questions you like. So I wanted to make sure this intro was short, sweet, to the point. We got it done.
You may have noticed with my AR-15 right here that there's no serial numbers.
I titled this video, Supreme Court Rules No License Necessary to Drive on Public Highways. I am not a lawyer. I am not giving legal advice, but I am going to read from an appellate court. I'm going to read from Supreme Court cases that testify. They testify. The Supreme Court testifies. The lower court testifies that you don't need a license to drive on public highways in America. Again, I'm not giving advice. Do what you want, but just educate yourself. Remember, Samuel Adams said, "No people will tamely surrender their liberties, nor can any be easily subdued when knowledge is diffused and virtue is preserved." On the contrary, when people are universally ignorant and debauched in their manners, they will sink under their own weight without the aid of foreign invaders. When knowledge is diffused, it's very, very difficult to come against somebody who has that knowledge, because knowledge is power. And so I'm going to start from the ending and work our way back. And the thing I want to key in on in this case, People versus Horton, is this little phrase right here, this little sentence. The right of the citizen, and we can talk about, the word citizen versus people, because you're not a denizen of the city, you're an individual. The right of a citizen to travel on a public street with freedom from police interference unless he is engaged in suspicious conduct associated in some manner with criminality is a fundamental constitutional right, not a privilege, which must be protected by the courts. It is a fundamental, elementary constitutional right, because I keep hearing people saying what drove me toward this in the last couple of days is, for some reason, this video was recommended to me in my YouTube list, and I listened to it, and I have stumbled upon this section in this video. It's called "Why Restrict Good Gun Owners?" Resident asked President Obama at Town Hall. This was from June 2nd, 2016. Listen to what Obama says. The broader context of this is, Hillary and I are not trying to take away your rights, but there's got to be common sense gun regulation. You're for common sense gun regulation, aren't you? And then he tries to correlate this with, well, everybody needs a license to drive a car. Why wouldn't you need a license to buy a gun? Here's what Obama said.
If you buy a car, if you want to get a license, first of all, you got to get a license.
Yeah.
You have to take a test. People have to know that you know how to drive.
You got to get a license? Well, not according to the Constitution, not according to natural law, which is the most important, or the supreme law of the land, which is the Constitution, or the Supreme Court, or the lower courts. There are many, many rulings, and we're just going to go over this one right here, People versus Horton. And it's an interesting story, so stay with me, because basically I'm going to be reading from this Court of Appeals of California 5th Appellate District, but it's also been upheld by the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court. Appellate was convicted of possession of marijuana in violation of Health and Safety Code Section 11530. The marijuana was found in appellant's automobile after he consented to the search of the vehicle. Now, this is going to be very, very important later on in this case. Appellant presents two main points for reversal: that the officer who stopped the vehicle did not have probable cause to do so or to detain appellant, that a search made pursuant to consent immediately followed an illegal detention is invalid. This is going to become very important here in a second. So there are a couple kernels of truth to add to our knowledge banks on this court decision. The facts are undisputed. Appellant, a 20-year-old youth, was stopped by Officer Winfrey while driving an automobile on McHenry Avenue in Modesto at about 1:15 in the morning. There were two passengers in the car, appellant's 15-year-old brother and his 10-year-old cousin. As Officer Winfrey approached the automobile, he noticed that there was no key in the ignition. The officer mentioned this fact to appellant and was told that appellant had lost the keys about 2 weeks earlier and that he had to hotwire the vehicle to start it. Winfrey asked appellant's permission to search the automobile, and permission was granted. He found two burnt cigarettes in the glove compartment. Officer Winfrey then asked to see vehicle registration slip, and when he discovered that the car was registered to Lillian Lacus in Rosemead, California, placed appellant under arrest. Appellant was searched, and a rolled cigarette was found in his shirt pocket. All three cigarettes contained marijuana. So you would think, oh, busted. You know, it's curtains for this guy. It's all over. Well, that's not how the court saw it. It is, of course, true, as respondent maintains, that the provocation required to permit a police officer to temporarily detain a person for questioning is not the same as that required for a valid arrest or a lawful search. Nevertheless, and that gives a couple court cases right here. Nevertheless, the right of a police officer to stop a motorist or detain a pedestrian for questioning is not without constitutional restriction. You hear that, cops? Your ability to even stop somebody during a traffic stop that you think is warranted is not without constitutional restriction. You're bound still by the Constitution. The applicable rules were succinctly summarized by Mr. Justice Tamara in Williams versus Superior Court, and it gives the court case as follows. And here's a quote from that. So here's an appellate court citing a Supreme Court, a Superior Court case. As follows, quote, thus, although circumstances short of probable cause to arrest may justify an officer's act in stopping and temporarily detaining a motorist or pedestrian for questioning, there must be some suspicious or unusual circumstance to justify even this limited invasion of a citizen's privacy. So it sounds like this appellate court is completely on the side of the individual and wants to hover over and maintain and secure and protect this individual's rights, unalienable rights. And then it gives a couple more court cases. Generally, the test is whether the circumstances are such as to indicate to a reasonable man in a like position that such a course is necessary to the proper discharge of the officer's duties. And then it gives this People versus 1960 Cadillac, and it's got a couple other court cases right here. More specifically, the officer must be able to point to specific and articulated facts which, taken together with rational inferences from the facts, reasonably warrant that intrusion. It's got it even quotes Terry v. Ohio here, which is pretty interesting. A mere hunch or subjective suspicion will not justify a temporary detention. And yet that's what you see in Terry v. Ohio. Oh, officer safety trumps individual rights is what Terry v. Ohio should actually be termed. And unusual activity alone, unless there is some suggestion that it is related to criminality, is insufficient. And then they say, Applying these are principles to the incident case, we're impelled to conclude that Officer Winfrey did not have legal cause to stop appellant's automobile. Appellant was driving within the legal speed limits, not erratically, and there were no visible operational defects on the vehicle. Furthermore, although the officer observed 2 young passengers in the vehicle, he saw no furtive or suspicious movements, and he had no information that the youths were being kidnapped, detained, or molested in any manner. In fact, the only reason given by Winfrey for stopping appellant was that appellant was driving a vehicle along the streets of Modesto at 1:15 in the morning with 2 young passengers, and that he did not look old enough to be their parent or guardian. That's all he had, according to his testimony. Clearly, even if we should assume that what the officer observed constituted unusual activity, and it is difficult to make such an assumption in this modern age, the activity alone did not suggest that it was related to criminality. And this brings us back to, they can't even ask you to be insecure in your person's houses, papers, and effects, or specifically in your person, ask you for your ID. Guys, privacy is a human right. Your privacy, your anonymity is a human right. It's an inalienable right. When an officer tells you, hey, I need you to consent to me intruding upon your right to privacy by giving me your ID without there being any suspicion or articulable suspicion that you committed a crime, he's violating his constitutional oath to protect you and to protect your privacy. Period. According to the courts, according to the Constitution, according to natural law, according to what we all know in our hearts to be true. The Attorney General argued that Officer Winfrey had reasonable cause to stop appellant's vehicle on suspicion that appellant was aiding and abetting his 2 young passengers to loiter in violation of the municipal ordinance of the city of Modesto. And then he says, however, driving along city streets, even at 1:15 in the morning, is not loitering, the court says. For all that Officer Winfrey knew, appellant could have been driving his 2 young passengers home from a theater or other authorized place of amusement. We are not insensitive to the numerous problems which face police officers on patrol in a mechanized nation, as we stated in this Superior Court case right here. And then they quote it, quote, the use, and it's got this this code, of the automobile in criminal activity has vastly increased.
Well, I was going to say hello, but you left too early.
The possibility of unlawful conduct and the likelihood of escape by criminals from the scene of their crimes. Moreover, we are cognizant of the fact that the great majority of police officers assume the grave responsibility which our society has foisted upon them in a courageous and conscientious manner. Nonetheless, and that brings us to this quote right here. Nonetheless, the right, not the privilege, Obama, because people are constantly saying that driving a car or transporting your personal property from A to B on the public highways is a privilege granted to you by the government, not an inalienable right given to you at birth by God or whoever, or just it's just inherently in you. They're constantly calling it a privilege. Again, not according to the Supreme Court, not according to lower courts, not according to the Constitution, and for goodness sakes, not according to natural law. I mean, where do you literally have to pull something out of your ass to say, no, you need the government's permission to take your personal property upon the public highways. It's making it up. Nonetheless, the right, not the privilege of the citizen to drive on a public street with freedom from police interference unless he is engaged in suspicious conduct associated in some manner with criminality, is a fundamental constitutional right which must be protected by the courts. That's powerful. Consequently, while we do not censure Officer Winfrey or question his motives, the fact remains that he stopped appellant's vehicle solely because it was occupied by young people. That's all it was. Oh, it just looks suspicious to me. It was occupied by young people. Were we to condone the stopping of vehicles for this reason alone, no matter how altruistic the officer's motives might be, we would lend our approval to the creation of a second-class citizenry. Holy cow, if this appellate court is not on the side of the individual. They are. We would also contribute to an already deteriorating relationship between the youth of America and law enforcement officials. Too late. In a free nation, this relationship must be based on mutual confidence and respect. Having decided that Officer Winfrey did not have probable cause to stop appellant's vehicle in the first place, In the first instance, it follows that the subsequent search was unlawful, even though consented to by appellate. It was even though the guy said, "Yeah, you can go ahead and search my vehicle," it was still unlawful for the officer to do so, according to this court ruling, and that all evidence adduced therefrom was the product of an unlawful search, as our Supreme Court said in People versus Haven. There you go. Got the supreme law of the land, the Constitution. You got lower courts. You got the Supreme Court. You got universal law. And they quote this right here. Quote, "A search or seizure made pursuant to a valid consent before any illegal police conduct occurs is obviously not a product of illegal conduct. A search and seizure made pursuant to consent secured immediately following an illegal entry or arrest, however, is inextricably bound up with the illegal conduct and cannot be segregated therefrom." Wow, that's just powerful right there. The case of People versus Franklin is squarely in point. There, as here, the officer stopped the defendant's vehicle without probable cause, and afterward, defendant consented to the search, which ultimately uncovered marijuana. The court is reversing the conviction, so this guy's not going to get in trouble. At page 707 of the opinion, had to say this, quote, "The stop having been illegal, the search, though by consent of the owner, does not breathe legality into the resultant fine by the officers. The judgment is reversed." Says Ginsburg concurred. So I just want to show you that according to the lower courts, according to the Supreme Court, and if you want to know about the Supreme Court, here are a couple of court rulings right here. I mean, the wording is amazing. And right here, Chicago Coach Company versus City of Chicago, and people can brush this under the rug if they want to, but this is a Supreme Court case. No state government entity has the power to allow or deny passage on the highways, byways, or waterways, transporting his vehicles and personal property for either recreation or business, but by being subject only to local regulation, i.e. safety, caution, traffic lights, speed limits, etc. Travel is not a privilege requiring licensing, vehicle registration, or forced insurances. Now, when I get done rendering this video right here, because we are on a live stream, I will make sure that I put every single link, including the Obama link, in the description and in the pinned comment, so you can look this stuff up for yourself. Knowledge is power. Travel is not a privilege requiring licensing, vehicle registration, or forced insurances. That's what the courts have ruled. That's not me. That's not me saying this. This right here in Wingfield versus Fielder, the court makes it clear that a license relates to qualifications to engage in profession, business, trade, or calling. Thus, when merely traveling, so they make a distinction here. Without compensation or profit, traveling without compensation or profit. You're just going from point A to point B, minding your own business. You're not working for somebody. You're not contracted for somebody. You're not doing this for profit. You're just taking your personal property, your car, from point A to point B. Merely traveling without compensation or profit outside of business, enterprise, or adventure with the corporate state. No license is required of the natural individual traveling for
Huh.
personal, business, pleasure, and transportation. Personal, business, pleasure, and transportation. That's Wingfield versus.
All right, who's here and are you going to talk to me? Nope, guess not.
Versus Fielder. I'll just go over this other one. This is Barbarian versus Lucier. It says, the use of the automobile as a necessary adjunct to the earning of a livelihood in modern life requires us, in the interest of realism, to conclude that the right to use an automobile on the public highways partakes of the nature of a liberty within the meaning of the constitutional guarantees. Partakes of the nature of a liberty. It's like, this is fundamental. This is basic. This is inalienable or unalienable, however you want to put it. You can't put a lien on this. You can't require somebody to have a license to take their property from point A to point B on the public highways and byways in an automobile. The right of the citizen, look at this. The right of the citizen to drive. See, sometimes they use it interchangeably. This is People versus Horton. This is the one we just read. The right of the citizen to drive in the public street with freedom from police interference unless he's engaged in a suspicious conduct associated in some manner with criminality is a fundamental constitutional right which must be protected by the courts. I'm going to go ahead and end this video because I don't want to go too long, but I want to let you know that according to the Supreme Court, according to the lower courts, according to the Constitution, according to natural law, and I'm not a lawyer and I'm not giving any kind of advice. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just telling you what the courts have said. There is no license requirement to drive on the public highways and byways according to the lower courts and the Supreme Courts. I will leave all the links to everything we just went over in the comment section or in the description and in the pinned comment or the comment section. If you guys have any questions about this, if you want to support this channel in any way, the Cash App link and all that stuff, Buy Me a Coffee, is in the description. If you want to further this content, I really appreciate you being here. One of the best things that you can do for this channel is free. Just like this video and share it with everybody you know, because guys, knowledge is power. I'm going to give you another Samuel Adams quote in closing. A general dissolution of principles and manners will more surely overthrow the liberties of America than the whole force of the common enemy. While the people are virtuous and knowledgeable, they cannot be subdued. But once they lose their virtue, then they'll be ready to surrender their liberties to the first external or internal invader. We have to guard with jealous attention the public liberty, and we have to guard it with knowledge. Knowledge is the power that's going to get us out of this mess that we find ourselves in right now. Leave your thoughts about this for the world and the global thought police in the comment section below. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to this channel, hit the bell notification icon, give it a thumbs up, share it with everybody you know. If you want to grab one of these designs right here, this right here is a different animal, same Shiite.
At Target, low prices and great deals mean more.
Step onto the scene, just doing my thing.
Yo, Ram, sir.
This is the 8 gig stick. I ordered the 16 gigabyte kit.
The chef insists, sir.
Your chef is a fool because some game developers are even recommending 32 gigabytes.
Told you this was the kind of place you leave hungry.
Unless 8 gigabytes is enough. To find out, Crucial sponsored this video where we're going to be testing 8 and 16 gigabyte kits in both DDR4 and DDR5 flavors to ensure that you are not wasting your money.
For gamers, system memory or RAM. RAM plays a crucial role. See what I did there? Its main job is to ensure that your CPU, and for gamers using onboard graphics, your GPU, get the high-speed access to assets that are required to run your game smoothly. Because the second you have to swap files out to an SSD, or even worse, a hard drive, you're likely to encounter problems ranging from FPS drops to slower loading times to random hitching or stuttering. But once you have enough RAM to eliminate these problems, there's often no performance benefit to adding more, meaning it is really easy to blow away money that could have been spent on a better CPU, better GPU, or even a faster rather than higher capacity RAM kit. To isolate memory as our performance variable then, we chose a top-tier test bench with a Core i9 CPU and an RTX 3080 Ti. We also tested each game at both 1080p and 4K to see if our RAM would affect performance more or less depending on whether we're CPU or GPU bottlenecked. As for our memory, we tested 8 gigs of DDR4 in both single and dual channel configurations and 16 gigs in dual channel, and Crucial also asked us to throw in their new DDR5 sticks with the black PCB. That's right, no unicorn vomit lighting effects on these boys, but they're pretty sharp looking in an understated kind of way. And according to Crucial's internal testing, they don't need heat spreaders. So it turns out some of the concerns about DDR5's on-DIMM power management requiring extra cooling don't apply to at least JEDEC spec modules. Anyway, whether you like RGB or blacked out builds, at the end of the day, it's performance that counts. So let's kick things off with CSGO at 1080p. It's our tried and true CPU limited game, and you'll be happy to know that, yes, 10 years later, it will still run perfectly fine with only 8 gigs of RAM. However, the advantage of going dual channel is huge at this resolution, with our single 8 gig stick of DDR4 performing terribly by comparison. This advantage mostly disappeared, however, once we scaled up to 4K, and adding more memory hardly made a difference at either resolution, which makes sense given the developer calls for only 2 gigabytes of system memory. Curiously, while our DDR5 numbers are a little lower than DDR4, we don't see the same massive drop in performance for dropping from dual to single channel. What? Ah, that's because DDR5 is already dual channel, or sort of. Instead of using a single 72-bit bus on a DIMM, like DDR4, with 64 bits for data and 8 for ECC or error correction code, each DDR5 module gets 2 40-bit buses, again with 8 bits on each going towards ECC. So you still get the same total 64-bit data width, but with each half of it operating semi-independently. Now, some workloads, like running complex simulations, may still need at least 2 sticks for peak performance. But for bandwidth-light applications like games, well, the results kind of speak for themselves. CSGO is old, though. Let's turn to Far Cry 6, which launched late last year with a minimum requirement of 8 gigs of RAM, specifically dual channel, and a recommendation of 16 gigs. Unsurprisingly, 8 gigs in dual channel did perform markedly better than a single channel stick at 1080p. But curiously, this uptick applied only to average frame rates. The far more important 1% lows were nearly identical between the two at either resolution. Doubling our memory to a 16 gig kit, however, saw our lows skyrocket, improving over 40% at full HD. We saw improvements at 4K resolution as well, with a 16 gig kit bringing our lows from 47 FPS to 61 on DDR4. These are the kinds of performance differences that you will feel while gaming. Floatplane.com, by the way, has a great behind the scenes of Alex feeling pretty upset about spilling water on a system and trying to fix it. You can check it out at the link down below. Moving up a generation, our single stick of DDR5 marginally outperforms our single stick of DDR4 at 1080p, but then does slightly worse at 4K. However, when we add a second 8 gig DDR5 module, we see this same trend of increased capacity leading to better performance at both resolutions, lifting our 1% lows by 25% in 1080p and 33% at 4K, getting us really close to that magic 60 FPS number where most people consider animation to be very smooth. Remember though, guys, just because a game runs at an average of 60 frames per second, that doesn't mean you're not going to notice hitching when you're hitting those 1% lows of 30 or 40 FPS. So for the smoothest experience possible, you want your lows at 60 or even higher. Tiny Tina's Wonderland saw similar, if lower results at 1080p, with our poor, sad single stick of DDR4 underperforming by about 18% compared to our dual channel configuration. And here again, increasing capacity doesn't really net us improvements to our average FPS, but it does impact our 1% lows, though only by about 5% this time. It's up to you to decide if a 5% gain is worth doubling up your RAM budget. When we scale up to 4K though, all three configurations of DDR4 saw nearly identical results since our CPU usage dropped and our GPU became the limiting factor. What's interesting about Wonderlands, however, is that we actually saw the best results with DDR5. In 1080p, our single stick of DDR5 beat our single stick of DDR4 by 11%, and doubling up improved it even more. At 4K, the story is pretty similar, with our single channel DDR4 being the worst, adding capacity beyond 8 gig not really seeming to help, and DDR5 being the absolute king for performance in this game. But why though? Well, Wonderlands is the newest game we tested, so it could be that newer games coming out over the next few years are going to be designed targeting current-gen consoles, which have much faster memory than the PlayStation 4 and Xbox One X generation. These newer games may be able to better take advantage of what DDR5 has to offer. And Crucial would like us to point out that with up to 87% more bandwidth than DDR4 at launch, performance is enhanced not just during testing, but in real-world conditions. And with support for XMP 3.0, we can expect to see even more performance out of Crucial's DDR5 on future platforms, like AMD's upcoming AM5 and Intel's 13th Gen Core. Thanks again, Crucial, for sponsoring this video. And for understanding that our audience needs the whole picture, which might include situations where your product won't have much of an impact. Total Warhammer 3 saw almost identical performance across the board at 4K, regardless of single, dual channel, capacity, and even the generation of...
Who's here? You gonna talk to me? Ollie, ollie, oh, come free. You gonna speak? Or am I gonna watch this video? Which is it? Which shall it be for you and me to see what we can be? Hello? Hello, hello, hello. Well, I guess you're not going to talk? Well, dab nab you anyway. So I'll watch this video.
of memory. Then at 1080p, improvements to our hardware yielded only minimal performance uplifts, meaning that if you only play TW3, you could just pick up a WAN hoodie from lttstore.com instead. Check them out at the link below, because we've got lots in stock finally. Back to our results, Assassin's Creed Valhalla saw clear improvements going from single to dual channel, as expected, but increasing capacity only seemed to help DDR5, and not by much, regardless of resolution. Now, unfortunately, because every game is developed so differently, even if you're looking at two titles that use the same engine, it's hard to say whether or not upgrading your memory capacity will improve your gaming experience. We've known for years that dual channel at the bare minimum is the way to go, and that's still crystal clear here. But unless you're playing newer games that actually take advantage of more memory, you're probably better off buying a faster dual channel configuration and dumping any extra you have left over into your CPU-GPU combo. Now, to be clear, there are games out there now that will utilize more than 8 gigs of RAM. But if you're not playing the newest AAA titles, it may not be worth the upgrade for you yet. If you want to be ready, though, we're going to have all the products we use today linked in the video description below. Thanks for watching, guys. If you enjoyed this video, make sure to check out some of our other RAM videos, like that time we tested mixed memory modules with mixed.
Fucking say nothing. Fucking bullshit. What?
Step onto the scene, just doing my thing.
What if you were a gigantic snack food maker who needs to satisfy cravings from Tokyo to Toledo? So you partner with IBM Consulting to manage your supply chain with real-time, data-driven precision. Let's create supply chains that have an appetite for performance. IBM, let's create.
Currently on AliExpress, you can buy an RX 580 for a shade over $70 shipped worldwide. And at these prices, it is certainly a decent deal. There's no denying that. But there are a few quirks with the RX 580. For instance, I would not be buying one of these cards used currently for anywhere near $100 for what people are paying for them on eBay. And there's a big reason for that, which we'll go on to later in this video. But at the price of only $70 brand new, and I've indeed already opened this card up and checked it all out, and it does look new, is it going to be a card that's offering really good value? Let's, of course, get into those benchmarks and compare it versus a few other popular cards. Today's video is sponsored by SCD Keys, and for as little as $14.50 during the Black Friday period, using that coupon code BFTYC, you can get a single end user license for Windows 10 Pro, which works on new builds and even upgrading your existing rig. Links in the description below to find out more. Welcome back to Tech Yes City. And this RX 580, this is the Millsy edition, aka 51 Risk. That's the brand name of this card. It's got 2,048 shaders versus the 2,304 found on your traditional RX 588 gigabytes. Now, you may be wondering what was the reason for this. Well, in China, they re-released the RX 580 with less shaders. I guess they must have had a lot of damaged silicon that they wanted to move, and it just wouldn't really move with the RX 570 branding. But it does, of course, come with the benefit of using less power, which I thought the traditional RX 580s were running quite hot on their profiles out of the box, especially if you compared them to RX 480s. So let's get into those gaming benchmark numbers, starting with Far Cry 6, and this was at high settings with SMAA turned on. And here's where the RX 580 trades blows with the GTX 1066 gigabyte. They're still evenly matched even after all these years, where it doesn't matter which one you went with, you would have had a pretty solid gaming experience, especially at 1080p after all this time. Now, I have included the RTX 2060, RTX 3060, and also the RX 6600M results in these benchmarks, because I feel like these graphics cards are extremely relevant, not only if you're buying used, but also if you're buying new, as the prices are very obtainable, but they also represent extremely good value, especially once you factor in shipping costs and everything for the end user to get these cards to your door. However, unfortunately, you will notice that the RX 580 and GTX 1060 will be towards more of the bottom of the chart in these benchmark numbers, and that's basically more indicative of what I would be recommending, what I'm going to be flipping. However, more on that later as well. Let's get on with Tom Clancy's Ghost Recon with anti-aliasing turned off on the Vulkan architecture. Here's where the AliExpress RX 580 does score a victory over the GTX 1066 gigabyte. Though under Shadow of the Tomb Raider, we've got high settings with SMAA turned on. And here's where we have the GTX 1060 and RX 580 again trading blows. And then moving on to Borderlands 3, we saw a similar trend continue through here, just like the rest of these games. And then on to Fortnite, it was again a very similar story. But you'll notice with the RTX 3060 and 6600M, they're also performing close to each other, just like these two cards were performing close to each other back in the day and still are to this day. So that should be a good indicator to go with whatever one represents the best value. And then we move over to Apex Legends, and here's where at high settings, the GTX 1060 does edge out the RX 580 AliExpress special. So those gaming benchmarks will show that this card is a decent performer at 1080p. At $70, especially if it's brand new, I can't really knock this card a whole lot. I mean, it's got an encoder built on board, so I'd much rather prefer buying this to the likes of an RX 6400, for example, which is a gimped card to begin with and actually costs more than this does brand new. However, we do go on to power consumption numbers, and here's where I've measured from the wall figures on this gaming test bench setup, where the card out of the box will pull 246 watts from the wall. So it's actually quite efficient, and you can undervolt it to shave off around 40 watts, which when we tested the undervolted results, we actually got slightly higher FPS. And I'd say this is mainly because we're also overclocking the memory, whilst at the same time undervolting the core and slightly underclocking the megahertz on the GPU. So we're basically finding the sweet spot for this GPU piece of silicon, and it's actually resulting in better results. And I do recommend undervolting like I always do in 2022. I think it's the way to go. Though in terms of this 51 Risk Edition, the quality is actually very decent. The card feels well built, weighs over 600 grams, and it comes in with a temperature of around 61 degrees out of the box at 42% fan speeds, and then it goes down to 58 degrees to 35% fan speeds when you undervolt it. So again, undervolting, you're going to realize benefits not just from the wall with power savings, but also your card's going to run cooler and quieter. The one thing about those gaming benchmark numbers, say for instance, we pull up Apex Legends or pull up Far Cry 6, it's not that ideal 60 FPS minimum that a lot of gamers want to look for nowadays. And here's where the most important part is with games is I'm presenting high numbers. And here's where, for instance, in Apex Legends, if we lower the graphics settings, we'll then get well over 100 average FPS at 1080p native, and that will give you a very smooth experience, which you can play competitively at. However, now we're going to talk about probably for me the most important part of today's video, and that is I'm no longer buying RX 580 or 570 or
anyone going through a natural disaster, it's always going to be hard to understand, but know that there's always hope. There is always going to be someone to help lift you up.
470, 480 cards used, especially in bulk. And you may be like, Brian, why is this? And the reason for it is I'm not so much that I'm not going to be buying them. I'm just not going to be buying them at general market discount rates like I would be buying, say, RX 6600s or GTX 1660 Supers, for example. And say, for instance, one of these cards is $70 brand new. The most that I'm going to be prepared to pay for this card now is around, believe it or not, 35 US dollars. If I see these cards going locally for around 70 USD, I'm not going to be buying them. I'm just going to let them sit on the shelves. And the first reason is, of course, the new pricing of these cards has crashed so hard. These are so cheap right now to get brand new. But the second reason is that they've gone through 2 seasons of mining, heavy crypto mining. And even after the first season, after the 2018 crypto crash, that lasted a long time. And I actually bought up a lot of RX 570s in particular. There was a lot of RX 580s thrown in the mix. These were 2 extremely popular models of graphics cards that crypto miners used in the first boom. And even then, I would say in aggregate total, I had, after that first wave of crypto mining, I had around 25% of those cards either had problems or were just straight up faulty and they didn't work. And so that's a huge number. Now, imagine sending those cards through another round of crypto mining. I think a lot of those cards this time around are either just not going to work properly. And what I mean by that is you would start the card up and it'd start up fine and install the drivers fine. But when you try to play a game, it'd have glitching. And so the way to fix that you'd have to be installing MSI Afterburner and dropping the clock speeds down on the memory slider or the core clock. And then that would essentially fix the card. But the problem is, if you're then, say, for instance, flipping that in a gaming PC and the person, say, reinstalls their computer or they uninstall MSI Afterburner, the computer's then going to be glitchy and they're going to have a bad experience. Not only that, you're selling them a computer with a card that you know is probably not going to work a whole lot longer. So the only way I moved those graphics cards in PCs was I sold them at pretty much cost price. And people knew they were getting a really good bargain on the whole computer. But I did warn them when I sold it. I said, look, this graphics card, you have to have MSI Afterburner installed. This is why it's so cheap. They understood and they were willing to buy it at that price because they saved that money and they could just replace the GPU at a later date. However, it was a headache and it was a lot of my time being wasted as well as the person buying it. They could potentially be wasting a lot of time because I'd have to get these cards in, change all the thermal paste, but not only that, then run them all through individual tests and actually cycle them for at least an hour at a time to make sure they had life left in them. And again, I get back to that 25% figure roughly on average on how many of these cards just didn't work properly. And then after that, there was probably another 25% of those cards that had very little wiggle room in the memory slider and the core clocks. In other words, they probably were going to, in a few months or maybe a year's time, not work properly at their default settings. So basically, in a nutshell, RX 400 and 500 series cards, if I see them used, especially if a seller is selling multiple units of those, I think there's a high chance that they're going to have problems. And I mean a significantly high chance, as opposed to, say, GTX 1660 Supers or RX 6600s, which have only gone through one round of crypto mining. But also, I feel like this time around, a lot of people who are mining with crypto were a lot more aware of how important undervolting was, because the price of power was going up during this recent crypto boom. So people were more aware of that. They were looking to maximize their profit. And actually, the benefit of that is the cards end up being handled a lot better. And so they're not prone to failure. Like if someone was to get an RX 580, just drop it in a rig and not change any of the settings at all, that thing's just going to be absolutely getting smashed. Also, with that said, too, GTX 10 series cards, especially the GTX 1070s, 1080s, and 1080 Ti's, those are cards to look out for and be very skeptical when buying them used, as I feel they would have been pushed through potentially 2 rounds of crypto mining, just like the RX 400 or 500 series cards will. But when I get back to Australia, I will be making a dedicated video, and I will be picking up some deals locally, and I will take you guys through a whole tour on buying used cards, especially off crypto miners, because you can get some ridiculously good deals. So I want to navigate and help you guys get the best deals possible, as always. And if you enjoyed today's video, then be sure to hit that like button for us. And also, if you have any questions or comments about
Huh. Weird.
monitor, features HDMI 2.1, AMD FreeSync Premium Pro, 1000R curved screen, VESA display, HDR. Getting real sick of this. I've always wanted to do that. Anyway, here we go. So we are talking about now, you guys have probably seen over the last week or so, this developing story again regarding AMD graphics cards failing, this time not 7000 series graphics cards, but 6000 series graphics cards, specifically the 6800 and the 6900 and their XT variants. This one comes to us directly from Chris Fix, which is a German, not to be confused with the automotive Chris Fix, that's CHRIS. This is Chris Fix in Germany, which is KRIS Fix. So anyway, he's a GPU / electronics repair shop out in Germany. And he does lots of PCB repairs and just general electronics repairs and stuff. Think of how like Louis Rossmann is here, which Louis also specializes heavily in Apple stuff as well. Chris Fix in Germany does the same sort of thing. And there's this interesting correlation. He noticed that since December, which is only about 3 weeks ago at this point, in the last 3 weeks, he's received about 61 GPUs, either 6800 or 6900. Like he didn't say what the split was of how many of each card, but he noticed that out of those 60 or 61, I can't remember exactly which number it is. It's not stating it right here in the article. It is a video that he put up, by the way. I will link the video. You guys should go and watch it. It's not that long, but he shows you some pretty troubling stuff. 48 of them had the same defect. What's that defect? Well, the core is either cracked or ripped in half. It's kind of crazy the way that this particular error is coming about. I want to preface this by saying this video is not another like, let's jump on AMD and say they're a terrible company. This is a heads up to you that might be running the 6000 series graphics cards that this could be a problem, and there's some speculation as to what the problem is and some recommendations I have for you to kind of limit your exposure to this particular problem until AMD is able to put some manpower on this one, because obviously they're still got their hands full with the bad batch of 7000 series vapor chamber coolers, which are causing overheating graphics cards all over the place. This is now only about 6 days old at the time of making this video, and it's just not good for AMD to have to deal with this. So this is not a doom and gloom, oh my God, AMD is terrible. This is something you need to be aware of kind of a thing. So the 6000 series graphics cards are 2 years old. They've been out for a while. And it's interesting because if you look at these photos right here, you'll see as he takes the coolers apart, on some of them, it's just ripping the die in half. Technically, it's not ripping the die in half when they take it apart. The die is already split. It's just because of the thermal interface material. It just, the part that broke stuck to the cooler when you take it off, and part sitting there on the substrate and part is sitting there on the cooler. And so these are cards that died for whatever reason, and then they would send them into Chris Fix, and this is what he was noticing, kind of like this troubling amount of, oh my goodness, what is happening here? Now, it's also very important to preface, this is one repair facility, and this is one sample size of about 60-ish cards. So it's not very big. What's troubling is of the sample size that he has personally, the amount of them that have this same problem. Now you gotta ask yourself, what's happening here? Well, BuildZoid kind of jumped in and was just explaining that, hey, a GPU that's allowed to get hot enough, I'm talking about the die itself, the actual silicon, if it's allowed to get hot enough, it will shatter, it will break. So if you overlay the timeline on the 3 weeks or so that he's received these 61 cards, and I confirmed there's 61 cards and 48 of them came back with like physically damaged GPU dies. It also lines up with the December Adrenaline 22.11.2 wiggle driver that was released. In fact, BuildZoid even kind of commented on this, saying, yeah, if too much voltage makes it to the silicon, it absolutely can crack it. There was also some, apparently, I haven't double checked this myself, but there was some discussion about that fact that that particular driver also allows the disabling of thermal protection for your graphics card. And that would be for like extreme overclocking type needs. That could physically have an impact on the card if the fact that that driver is allowing users to do that. Now, a user would have to go in and specifically enable that functionality and then probably overclock the crap out of their card and then have some sort of a cooler failure all happening at the same time, because the cooler is still going to allow the card to stay within its perimeter range of operation, because unless you start pushing the voltages, you're not going to push the cooler and the card beyond its operational, like, the range of which it's supposed to operate temperature-wise. Now, one of the things that was noticed here when Chris Fix starts analyzing these broken dies, now 48 out of 61, that's pretty significant on the amount of them having this physical damage. What was noticed about this specifically, though, is the fact that it's not just that they died, but all 48 of them had shorted SoC rails. So we're talking like the voltage rail for the memory, the voltage rail for the memory controller, and the voltage rail for the GPU all had physical shorts in them. Now, it's not known if that's happening because of something that changed with the driver. And this is where I myself become a little bit confused as to how a driver update could cause this, because typically drivers don't change a major function of the mechanical aspect of the card. By mechanical, I mean the electric current going through it. Drivers typically just tell the card how to handle different APIs, how to handle certain, engine upgrades when it comes to shaders and stuff in games and whatnot. It doesn't physically change anything with the card's voltages and stuff. That would be specifically with a firmware. So unless the Adrenaline software is also somehow updating firmware with some sort of a bad version, it's even that process isn't automatic, because every single update I've ever had to do to vBIOS on any AMD graphics card or NVIDIA comes with a standalone updater, not built into the drivers on either of them. So I'm not entirely sure how a quote unquote driver update could personally.
Are you going to talk to me? The only reason I'm watching this stuff is because I'm here by myself. If you talk to me, I'll probably turn it off. Hello, audio, radio, don't you know? Talk to me, and we'll see what you and me can be. I know. Don't quit my day job. But that's okay. I have fun. That's all that matters. Nope, you're not going to talk to me? Huh. Alright, well, I guess I'm going to watch this rest of this video if you're not going to talk to me. Okay.
Only cause this, but it doesn't mean that I'm right.
NZXT's Build is a quick and easy way to get a new gaming computer, build a gaming PC on your budget using the built-in configurator, and see exactly how your favorite games will perform. Want to build your own PC but still have the NZXT Peace of Mind warranty? Then the new BLD Build It Yourself kit has what you want. Buy it and build it yourself, and NZXT has you covered. To get started configuring or building your next gaming PC, visit the build link in the description below.
It's just there's this correlation between the driver update, 22.11.2, and these 6800 and 6900 cards dying. Now, Christmas does mention that there were AIBs involved in this sample, so it's not limited to like the 7900 XTX issue regarding the vapor chamber is specific to the AMD supplied cooler because they had a bad batch of coolers that did not have enough water in them, creating a situation where it wasn't able to wick the temperature away properly. So this does not include just the AMD card, the AMD cooler, which is what you see here in this case with the 6900. So it's kind of a wider sample set having something to do specifically with the core. Now, here's the other thing. The voltage delivery system and all of that is different on the AIB cards versus the AMD reference card. Like from each manufacturer kind of has their own PCB layout and design. So if they're all starting, not all, but if we were seeing this sample size of 61, again, not very big, but the fact that we have 48 out of 61 showing this physical damage is a scarier sign of like what is actually happening here. So this is where I said I was going to give you guys some, hey, this is not let's dogpile on AMD while they're already down. What I would personally recommend is if you're running 22.11.2, maybe roll back a previous version. That's the only correlation so far that can be determined on what's happening between the failures and just the timeline, is that particular driver. So it's also not the first time we have seen drivers cause stability / damage to graphics cards. Oftentimes it has something weird to do with like a fan curve or something like that, allowing the cards to get too hot. But again, thermal protection would have to be disabled for that to not start shutting itself down. I mean, if you talk about how hot it would have to get to actually physically damage the GPU, it's crazy. You're gonna smell it, you're gonna see smoke. It's just had to have been a pretty spectacular failure in a way. Remember, we did a video where we disabled the cooler entirely and took it off a card. It was an NVIDIA card, not an AMD card, but still took it off the card, and the thermal shutdown was at about 110 C. But even then, it didn't cause any physical damage to the card. Once we put thermal paste back on it, put a cooler back on it, it ran fine. So they have to get extremely hot. I mean, you can see all of the individual transistors and stuff with the way they're split in half. It's just kind of scary. And he saw, if you watch his video, you'll see the damage ranged from portions of the die chunked out to the whole die split in two. So there's the range at which they're dying in terms of like how spectacular is kind of varying. And it's kind of scary. So roll back your driver to something prior to 22.11.2, even if it's a beta, because this is going to be this isn't going to be harmful for you to roll back your driver. It's safe, it's free. You might end up with some game instabilities depending on that driver and what games it's designed to support. I can't think of any games that have come out very recently that driver might have been specific for. That's a risk worth taking, though, of having your game not play at its best versus not having your graphics card live another day. I mean, I don't know about you, but a 6800 or 6900, I mean, these cards were $800 to $1,200 or $1,100, whatever they were. That's not a cheap card to try and replace, because guess what? 6000 series are not that easy to find anymore. They are becoming more scarce, and sure as hell aren't gonna want to pay NVIDIA prices right now. So I'm sorry, you actually work. I shouldn't do that to you, so sorry. Anyway, roll back your driver and just kind of keep an eye on it. Keep an eye on your temperatures. The problem is where it's failing in those voltages that I'm mentioning are not something that's visible in like the Adrenaline software. All you're gonna typically see there is core voltage, and that's it. Now, core voltage is different than seeing all those rail voltages. There's a ton of voltages happening inside your system, in your graphics card specifically.
Settings, Warzone, OBS settings. Send 16 super. Undervolt. 3 overclock. Hmm. Wow. I'll check this one out first, I guess. No, I can't.
Level and explain how to set up your PC to not only get more consistent and fluent gameplay, but also significantly lower your input lag. Because even though it may not seem that Apex Legends is a pretty heavy game to run, and it's hard to keep consistent high frames even with the average mid to high-end PCs. Thankfully, content creator Starflame took it upon himself to create a full guide on how to squeeze those frames out of Apex with the best Apex Legends settings in 2022. Make sure to check him out after this video. He also posted his guide on Reddit, and we're going to use that post as a source, and I'm going to obviously link that in the comments. Before we head into the actual settings, I do want to stress that the most important factor is having stable frames. There's no point in your PC reaching 240 frames a second if you can't keep it, since the game and your sensitivity feels completely different depending on
purposes. First of all, the most important is your graphics card or your GPU. This is the component responsible for giving you those graphics when you are gaming, but there's something specific that you need to look at and pay attention to when it comes to building a PC for streaming. When you are playing video games, your graphics card renders the graphics, but there's something specific that the PC does before it delivers it to Twitch, and that's encoding. You always encode something when you're streaming. You're basically sending your data over to the streaming software, whether it be Twitch or Mixer or DLive. You're always encoding your data. Both AMD and NVIDIA have this option, but NVIDIA's encoding option, NVENC, tends to be the most popular one and something that you've probably heard before. So when it comes to using streaming softwares like OBS, Streamlabs OBS, or XSplit, you'll see it's probably most optimized with NVENC. That being said, make sure you do not stream through your CPU, which is x264. Do not stream through that format because that is significantly going to decrease your streaming experience for yourself and for your viewers because it puts way too much strain on your CPU. So unless you have the latest range of CPUs by Intel or AMD, I wouldn't bother encoding through your CPU. The bottom line is make sure you put a little bit more aside in your budget for your graphics card. Moving on to the CPU, that can be seen as something that's equally important because it's the component responsible for handling tasks on your computer, like your streaming software, like your video game. It is super vital that it's able to handle those core programs that your PC is running, which is why cores and threads come into play, which you might have heard before. Famously, the Ryzen CPU is great for a budget streaming system because it has so many cores and threads compared to its competitors. That means it can share the pressure that any of the programs has put on the PC, so it tends to be more of a popular option for people who are streaming. In simple terms, the more cores and threads you have, the better quality your stream is going to be because you can play your game at higher quality and you're being able to push that quality onto your streaming software because you're using NVENC or the AMD equivalent to encode that data to your streaming platform. Next up is your motherboard, which a lot of people tend to forget and cheap out on, but this is significantly going to restrict your features going forward and decrease your upgradability when it comes to your streaming quality. And what I mean by that is that you want to get a motherboard that has a few PCIe slots because having those free means that in the future you can install a capture card allowing you to capture your console gameplay, be that the Xbox, the Nintendo Switch, or a PlayStation. It also gives you the option to use a high quality camera that uses a HDMI output so that you can show your face in better quality for your stream. And also, something that might be extremely important for streaming is PCIe SSDs. An SSD is a solid state drive and it performs significantly faster than a hard drive. So, having your OS, your streaming software, and your most played game loaded onto your SSD is going to increase your load up times like that. It's super important, and I would really recommend getting a PCIe SSD if you are a streamer. Something else you want to note on your motherboard as well is the USB slots. You don't want to limit yourself straight away to 6 USB slots for the sake of 20 quid. What you'll find when you do get into streaming, if you're not already filled with streaming accessories on your setup, is that a lot of streaming peripherals require USBs. Things like your Stream Deck, your capture card, even your webcam takes up a USB. You're best off just putting a little bit extra to the side and investing in a motherboard that has a few more USBs than the standard. You'll save yourself a lot of time, money. Trust me. Moving on to RAM. Now, this is really important that you purchase smartly and buy RAM that's been built to work alongside your motherboard and CPU if you're buying an AMD CPU. If you want to see what I've personally gone for, there's a video on this channel where I upgrade my streaming platform where I take my motherboard out of my PC and replace it with an AMD Ryzen 3800X, a ROG Strix X570F motherboard, and 16 gigabytes of Corsair 3600 RAM because it's AMD certified, which means it's going to work at the exact speed that my motherboard and CPU work at as well. So it's just better and more in sync with each other. Storage-wise, a big hard drive is great to store a massive chunk of your video games as well as any streaming assets that you have. But like I said earlier in the video, make sure you do invest in just one SSD. Everyone by now has a 250 gigabyte SSD, and if you don't, let me know in the comments because you definitely should. It's not only going to speed up your programs, but it's also just going to make your PC experience a lot more enjoyable. You're going to see faster load up times when you start your PC, faster load up times for your programs, and faster load up times for your video games. Either get a 250 gigabyte SSD or a 500 gigabyte SSD, or if you can stretch your budget just that little bit.
Hey you, how you doing this morning? don't remember what. No, I was being silly. I don't drink. I figured I'd put that up there because everybody expects people to get all shit faced on their birthday. So I thought it'd be funny to put on there the plate number. Did you catch that plate number of that bus that hit me? I don't even remember the last time I drank. And when I do drink, it's usually maybe once, maybe twice a year when I, go on a spree. Huh. Right on. Trying to figure out how to use that base thing that Moose had. I can't. Every time I try to use it on here, it doesn't want to work. I don't remember if that's supposed to be up or down. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Wonder what that does. Wonder if I have to go here. Sorry. Where did that go? That's kind of weird. Huh. Okay. Wonder why it went away. Looks like I gotta log in. Huh. That sucks. Huh. Yeah, I don't know what the hell I'm doing wrong, but I'm definitely doing something wrong. No available or used by another application. Huh. That is weird. I don't understand. That says it's on. Turn on. Quick lens activation. Wonder what that is. But now I can't do what? That is weird. Huh. Ah, I can't figure this shit out. See, now it says it's on again. Huh. Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of weird. Huh. Huh. No camera input. Huh. Huh. Snap AR. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. No, that's not it. I had it working yesterday when I brought up my camera. When I used just my camera, but then when I tried coming into here, it wouldn't work. I'm not sure why. I guess you got to log into Snapchat to do that. I might have to make an account. Well, it says there's two people in here, so who's the second? I know one, and who one is, who's the other one? Huh. I wonder if I could do this. No. Oh. Huh. Yeah, I don't know. Open, copy, lens link. Okay, let's try that. Huh. I wonder if I have to. I don't think it'll work unless I. So how you doing this morning? Install install more devices. Some of your devices. Let's see here. No. Oh. Yeah, that's just for mobile. Oh. Um, oh. How come my things are all up? Okay, 36. Okay. Yeah, it's just for that. Huh. Well, that's always fun. Already have an account. Huh. Well, that seems just for the. Oh, just for the. Small phone. It's kind of chilly in here this morning. No problem. Ow. Look out, buddy. Look out. Come on. Oh my gosh. forgot to check the heater. Oh my God. Hmm. Microsoft Store app. Huh. I don't know if this is the right one or not. Hmm. Oh. Yeah, I think you gotta. Uh, I think you got to. I don't think this is gonna work, but I'll try it. Of course. You should know by now we don't count. How dare you think otherwise? How could you even assume something like that? Oh. Instant chat, funnier. Wave browser, huh? I'm not getting anywhere quick. For real, I never got the permit to count people. Well, I think we're gonna have to get on the secretary to get on that. Oh, no, that ain't gonna work. Damn it. As completed. Okay. I don't understand. Click here, okay. Oh. No, I don't want that, damn it. Fucking bullshit. So hard to find shit that it says you're gonna download this, but it wants you to download 6 other fucking things at the same time. No, I ain't doing that shit. Oh my gosh. Ow. So I had you fooled this morning when I said, did you catch the plate number of that bus? I thought I tied one on. It's kind of funny. My method to my madness works one more time. I'm kind of cold. Come on. I got any fluid left here. Well, let's see here. Sign up. No, and then it sends me to there. Huh. don't understand. Well, plus who says you know how to count in the first place? Because, we got this new math where you put the 1 plus 1, but then subtract 8 to add 12 to divide by 2 by the power of 6, you know, all that easy, good stuff. Sounds like you've had a fun morning already, huh? Why were they at unease this morning? Is it usually they get up early in the morning and make a bunch of ruckus, and so you're trying to train them not to do that, or was there something going on this morning? Oh. Yeah, I don't know. Kind of weird. I wonder if you have to sign up on uh, on your phone. Are you trying to make? Well, I was trying to see if I could get smoke to come out of those ears, really, but I mean, no math. Okay. Yeah, it's saying BlueStacks. Maybe. For the life of me, I can't find that link that he sent me the other day. Everything I'm finding says it's for the phone, for that face thing. Oh my gosh. Oh. Those ribs were the bomb last night. We had this about a huge rack of ribs. I think they were Louisiana baby back or something like that. And we ate that whole fucking rack with the two of us. Couldn't believe it. It was pretty damn good. It was funny because she ended up hitting temperature, bumping the temperature a little high, and the tops of them kind of got, like a little black. And she's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. They got a little burnt or whatever." And I'm like, "Hey, when we barbecue them, they get black, right? And they're good when they're got a little black on them from the barbecue. So they got to be good in the oven." And they were. They were that. It just kind of gave it an extra little, crunch or whatever, but added a little flavor. It wasn't like burnt. So it was really good. Oh, which reminds me, I thought about maybe like 2 or 3 times a week we could, think on things we want to talk about or concentrate on, or videos we'd like to watch. You could either pick the video out and then give me the link and I could share it, or you could suggest a subject and we could both, pick videos out or something. I'm sure we could work something out between us, all of us, whoever wants to participate. I thought we've had some really good discussions and stuff. I'm not trying to say that, but I was thinking if we had some kind of structure. So, like when people are hearing about us or whatever, they know, like on Mondays, we're talking about legal stuff or gardening or solar or electric or, whatever. What do you think? Think that's a good idea? Give us some kind of format. At least pretend like we're halfway smart, right? We got to fake it well, nothing else. Which way did he go? Hey, George. 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 Hey, George. Which way? Which way did he go, George? Well, it says there's 2 people in here. So what do you think? We should do it 2 or 3 times a week. Then once we agree on the number, we got to figure out what days. I'm thinking like if we have it 2 times, have it like on Tuesday and Thursday. If we have it 3 times, have it like on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. So that'd be every other day. Might want to even like try to pick a time too, come to think about it. Because I usually do 2 to 3, sometimes 3 broadcasts a day. We could like leave the morning for like open forum and then an afternoon for like, something particular. I don't know. You like the Monday, Wednesday, Friday idea. Okay, that sounds good. I'm thinking in the mornings, we usually don't get too many people because we get up at the butt crack of dawn. So maybe like an afternoon. Like mornings could still be open forum. And then on those days, Monday, Wednesday, and Friday in the afternoon sometime, we could have, a specific subject. I was brain farting there for a second. Whoops. Oh my God. Oh, I know. Yeah, no, I'm not saying, I'm saying Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, but making an afternoon thing, like I'm saying in the mornings, it just be an open forum, and then figure out a good time on those Monday, Wednesday, and Friday for an afternoon thing. Like, I don't know, noon to 4 or something, or 1 to 3, or, you know what I'm saying? Kind of schedule some kind of time, then that way people could see, oh, we're gonna uh, talk about gardening at Monday at noon or something. See what I'm trying to say? Yeah, so what would be a good time in the afternoon, though, you think? I like it. I need it. I want it. Ooh, 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 ooh. Whoosh. Touchdown. God, that hurt. Oh, my God. So, what do you think? Do you think noon, or do you think we should do a later? I'm thinking around noon or so would be good, because if you get like, later you get into dinner time and stuff, and then people get busy making dinner and doing the family thing, if they got family or whatever. I think I think noon would probably be good, because then, like I said, that'd give you anywhere between 3 and 5 hours to talk until people had to start getting ready for dinner. 1 p.m. Yeah, that'd still give you 3 or 4 hours. We'll have to ask some other people once we see them or talk to them or whatever. But I think what we'll do is, once we get it figured out, like, say, like Monday, we want to talk about, I don't know, gardening or solar panels or whatever, and then uh, actually schedule, put it in the topic at the top, legal and lawful or whatever, and then starts at 12 or 1, and then have it scheduled for that time, like you see people do sometimes. And then that way people, once they see that topic, whatever we're going to talk about, and see that it's scheduled. That will let people know that um, that option's available. Yeah, if we started at noon, that would be 2. Maybe we might want to start it earlier then. I don't know. That's something to think about. Um, oh, it's kind of weird. She says that when she goes to watch my stream, she has to watch an ad first. So they're making money off of me, but I can't make money. How's that fair, damn it? We need to write this down. Yeah. Well, wait a minute now. I thought you were the memory bank. I thought you were the photographic memory, once it's in the computer, it doesn't leave type thing. Damn you, Scotty! Give me more power. I am Scotty, but she's breaking it apart at the seams, Captain. Yeah, and I think we'll need at least a day to work on the video. Say like we want to do a lawful and legal video. I think videos are a good way to start it out, because then that gives you, bullet points to talk on. The dirty bastards. I think we need like a day to do some research for videos, and I think it'd be even a good idea if whoever, like the regulars are, did their own searching, and then either pick one out of the bunch or see if we can play them all. And if we can't play them all, set them up for the next day. We could do a whole week on one subject, or whatever, how long it takes. I think probably a week's probably good enough to spend on one subject over through the 3 days, and then go on to something else, because you could we all know you can just go down a rabbit hole in any of these subjects. I won't remember. No, that's why I got you here, silly girl. I'm just an old dumb stoner. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. We need at least a day to think about it. So today's Friday. We want to set it up for Monday. That'll give us 3 days, or actually 2 days. Well, today, so it'll be 3 days: Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. We need to get chat to give the links. What do you mean we need to get a chat? Besides YouTube, you're thinking? To get more people to know about it? Is that what you're leaning towards? And if so, what what could we use or what should we use, or come on now. And the links to the subject or links to give to the people that are coming to the subject. There's like 6 questions for you. So pick the first topic, huh? I don't know. I wonder what's changed. So, because before every time you'd come in, you'd go right up to the stream, and now I have to let you in.
I think I lost admin through StreamYard.
I'm not. I think you were always just a moderator, not an admin. Because when I
Well,
went to
before I
give
could
her,
let people in, and I can't anymore.
that's weird. I'll have to look on StreamYard then. Because I know when I gave her admin privilege, the only one that had it was Bert Toast or Joe Dirt. And I
See, I
made
had it
Anna.
for a little while when all that nonsense was going in, so I could let because you had to go to the store or something. Remember?
Yeah. That's kind of weird.
But anyway, let me look at chat so I can get my brain thought back. So what I meant, okay, I want to hit 2 things. So share, yes. So when you put the reminder up for when the afternoon videos are planned, I'll share
Right.
that on my YouTube and my Facebook.
Okay.
The other point was no, I wanted to invite chat to become involved and offer because Nubs will be in chat a lot. And it's easier for the chat to give us the link during the live video in chat than for you to have to go to your email all the time.
I don't have to go to the email, but the only way, as far as I know, anybody can post a link is they have to be a moderator. And I think I only am allowed so many moderators. That's the problem.
Right. So, hopefully for every show, we'll have a moderator or 2, and the other members of chat can give the moderator the link or the way to find the link to give to us. Because I just don't want to throw out our emails or anything like that just out in the air. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. Like I said, nobody has to give their email as long as we have a few, like you're saying, a few moderators. And then we have to figure out if those moderators have a laptop, because you can't like share your screen or whatever with a phone. You can only share it with a computer or laptop.
Right. And I'm on a phone, so that puts me out until I get a laptop.
Or like
My
we were
daughter
saying,
says we can also just, excuse me. My daughter said we can also just create an email that you and whoever guest comes on can be able to communicate with, and it won't be your personal email or my personal email, or it'll just be an email associated with the program.
yeah. As far as I know, the only time I need somebody's email is either one to make them like a moderator on StreamYard, and that's only between me and that person.
Mm-hmm. Right,
I
that's
have
what I'm
to.
saying. Yes.
I have to. I believe because like what I did with Wolf Lady is I had to invite her on StreamYard. So I sent an invite from StreamYard to her email. And then once she got the email, she just had to click accept or something like that.
Right,
So like
right.
I said, our emails wouldn't be on the internet per se. It's only between me and that person.
Hotboxing can do some administrative duties for you and set some things up.
I think the only problem there again is I believe I only can do me as administrator and one other person um, with what I'm paying for now. I think you have to go up to the next one, and it's like $40 or something a month.
Oh,
And
oh, okay. So it's a charge by month. StreamYard is.
yeah, right
Well,
now I'm
if this takes off, I'll pay for my own subscription so that you're not bearing that burden by yourself.
I don't think I think you'd have to do your own too. I don't think I believe like since this is my stream, I have to maintain it more or less and decide what tier I want basically to be able to do whatever I need to. I was thinking about trying out that Restream because it seems a little cheaper and supposedly it has more options, but I've talked to a few people and they said it really sucked.
Yeah,
That,
it doesn't seem that popular either. I've seen a few people use it, but just a few, really.
and like I said, the biggest problem is uh, I might be able to check while I'm on here, but like I'm paying, I think it's $25 a month now, and it would be 20 if you paid for the whole year, but I can't, afford $300-400 chunk of money at once. So since I didn't,
Right, right.
it cost me 25 for the plan I have, and I'm pretty sure I remember the next plan is 40, and then I think they have a third plan.
Right, right. Well, if I get my own StreamYard, like if I get a laptop, um, we can trade back and forth to hosting each other. So like one day you might have to go somewhere with Anna and I can host for you because I'll have my setup by then, you know?
Yeah. Well, you wouldn't be hosting for me, you'd be hosting for yourself.
Well, right, but in the same slot, like in the same time slot, you know. So if
Right.
you're unavailable, people know that they can come over and I'll be available at the time you're not available. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just because it's a daunting task to start something new like this, and this is for people like you and I, this is quite new and not always easy to
Well, I just was
find.
thinking too, I would think there's got to be some kind of messenger service that's got to be able to interact with YouTube and or StreamYard. And if we could get that, then like you're saying, we could communicate easier. You know what I'm trying to say? Than
Yes.
just on here than YouTube. Because on YouTube, I feel it's pretty limited on one, we have no idea who's coming in and out. Two,
Uh-huh.
I've seen messages I've posted not go through, like the different places and stuff. So maybe that's what I'll do later is try to figure out if there is a messenger that I would think there would have to be, but maybe
My
not.
daughter has an idea. My daughter has an idea. If you're working on a computer, I used to have Discord on a computer, and it stays in a little bubble on top of everything, so you don't close out any tabs. And I was thinking, if you get the emails of the people who you would like to come on stream that you trust, that they know you know who they are, why wouldn't you give them the private Discord link through Gmail?
once you get the email of those people, have a private Discord server and you can post when you're going live, when they're going live. You can put your private links up there, and it'll be a lot easier to see who's coming in because you already have a trusted group of people in that server. And it, like I said, it stays on a bubble on top of everything when you use a computer. And for phones, it's just like Messenger. You can swipe it down and answer anything.
The only problem I know of though with Discords, everybody has to pay a monthly service.
No, Discord's free. I use Discord all of the time. You don't need when you pay for Discord, you pay for extra things like using special emojis and having bigger text limits, but there's no real subscription for Discord unless you want like the extra fancy shit.
Because I know somebody else that was thinking about to do Discords, and they were saying they didn't want their viewers to have to pay that $3 a month or whatever it is, like when you subscribe or buy a membership from people you watch or whatever. It's $2.99, and supposedly you get extra privileges from that, but it depends on the content creator too if they want to make special videos just for members.
I think they did that for for private membership just to make extra money. I don't think it's like YouTube. It's not needed to just view it in general.
Yeah.
Same with Twitch. Twitch is also free to use,
But
free to watch, but everything
I'm
is
wondering though too, I'm wondering though too if it matters, like if you're just watching somebody, like you're not subscribed to it, just like I don't know, I've never used Discord, so have you ever done any streaming on Discord?
She said yes. Speak up so I don't have to speak for you.
Discord's just a chat thing. There's no like random people can click on a video there. The people that you invite in the chat are the people that can see it, and that's it.
Yeah, I think we need a video platform. To me, I think it's more personal.
Why don't we listen? We this just popped into my head, Larry. The one thing we absolutely need to do right from the get-go is it's a word they call vet, and what it means, it doesn't mean veterinarians. It means to be sure that who is you're trying to talk to you or you're trying to talk to is who they say they are. So that's been a little bit of a problem on YouTube. So what if we just utilize Facebook Messenger? You don't have to friend people to use Facebook Messenger, and you can use group chat.
Well, like when I stream to Facebook, people can't come up to my stream from here. And
because you're not putting the link in. Okay, so I see what you mean,
yeah,
but
I put the link in on Facebook, and like I paste it in here and it doesn't go to Facebook, but if I paste it to Facebook on Facebook, I had to do it on my profile yesterday to get people to be able to come here. And like my youngest son, who is kind of special needs, had problems figuring it out. The biggest problem is, I mean, I know there's other platforms where you can do the video chat and stuff like here, but they just don't have the reach that YouTube does. YouTube's got the biggest reach. And like I said, what's weird is they're already playing ads on my videos.
right. Well, I think that's going to happen regardless because of the type of platform that YouTube is. We just have to measure, like my daughter said, Twitch would be something to look into.
only live stream.
Oh, it's only live streaming. So it's not a video someone can click on in the future. You watch it then or you don't watch it.
Yeah.
But I don't know
I
if
mean,
that's
those,
exactly what you want, right?
well, I mean, those are different possibilities, but I think that type of platform, you almost need a strong subscription base to be able to go to that platform. They're not, I think, a real platform where you could gather, more people
Yeah,
to
they're the
reach.
people. Well, that's I think only YouTube and Facebook really has the reach of
Yeah, but the problem with
gathering
Facebook,
people, but maybe it's where we share it. Okay, so instead of maybe just sharing it to our Facebook page, maybe share it to one of the groups we're involved in. Like I'm a part of gardening groups. So maybe
yeah,
I would say, hey, on Wednesday on
yeah, we're
this
going to do
channel,
gardening. Yeah,
right, right. And maybe that's how we can reach different people. And, say one's about shit hitting the fan. What do you do in a city? And you just gear it to certain groups of yours. Or
yeah,
even like we all watch other videos on YouTube, right? So we could talk to
right,
those other people and be like, yo, come join the conversation. We're gonna talk about that on Thursday or Friday or whatever.
right. The
What's the
only
old
problem I
saying?
see,
Hey,
hey, good to see you, buddy. Let me put my camera on for you. There you go. Hi. Good to see you this morning. I like that big smile.
did you brush your hair this morning? Yeah. You put your hat on, huh? Yeah. Mess your
Yeah.
hair up.
I can say the last few
It's a
mornings
little
I've
chilly
seen him,
this morning.
he's had a wild hairdo.
Yeah, Dad's in charge now because Lucy's of the age where he likes to copy Dad.
Right.
So Dad's, trying to so, you forgot to brush your hair again. Remember, those are the things because I'm mom. I'm the caretaker. I can't at a point in a boy becoming a man, they need their dad to be the one to say, no, you can't get away with what you need to do, right?
Right. What I was gonna say about Facebook, the only
And could be
problem
a
I see,
conversation. Oh, go ahead.
the only problem I see about pasting on Facebook is, from what I understand, Facebook, there's a lot more drama, a lot more people that uh, just cause problems more or less. You know what I'm saying? Then I mean, YouTube's bad, but from what I understand, Facebook's even worse. Uh-oh, now you did it. And there you came right in.
That's the thing that we'll have to do. We will have to. You said when we pick the topic, we
You're
should
breaking
be
up.
seeing because you
You're
can see
roboting. I
who
can't
likes.
hear you. You're roboting. I can't hear you.
I'm a robot.
I can't hear
I'm
you.
a robot, Larry.
Yep. And you came right in that time. I didn't have to let you in.
Fucking. Okay, how about that?
That's better. Yeah, that time I didn't have to let you in, so it's something with StreamYard's acting up because I didn't have to let you in to stream that time.
Yeah,
Came
that's
right up.
weird. Yeah, it did too. Here's the thing about dealing. Hey guys, seriously. Here's the thing about dealing because I've had a lot of dealings with people on Facebook. I'm gonna put right out there. This is not a drama fest. This is a conversation. I have no problem saying right up front, not a drama fest. We're not weighing our opinions against each other. So if you want to chat and share, that's great. But I'm going to put the standard straight up front. that we have no problem kicking people out that are causing drama either. See, that's a thing that people think about YouTube and freedom of speech, that we have to tolerate that. And that's bullshit. I don't know any person that has been able to walk up to another person, be an asshole, and that other person don't do something immediately, because no one should tolerate anyone else's asshole ways, right?
Yeah.
So, I don't mind being there every time. And even if I'm behind the scenes helping and just seeing who these people are, because I'm not in for drama either. I really have a bad reaction to drama. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I just think it's something we have to get used to, because we're not gone are the days that we can avoid the town idiots. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So I think we have a strong group starting already, and I don't think they would let that happen either.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I'm just basically saying it's something for us to be, think about and be aware of. I'm looking for messengers right now that might work with StreamYard and YouTube.
Right. I mean, I wouldn't mind going completely off the Facebook platform, but if we're trying to bring information to people, those two are by far the top two in being able to reach more than one-on-one. You know what I mean?
Right.
And I don't have a crap ton of followers. I never look. Well, not that I never. My son got me a whole bunch of followers on YouTube. So they're my son's followers. I don't even know. I think less than half of the subscriptions I have are mine, less than half. So for me, it's not about the numbers or anything like that. But to me, knowledge does not fulfill its potential until you share it with others. So I would rather
Yeah.
share what's in my brain than to take it with me to my grave, because it's not going to do any good there, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So far, I'm not really seeing too much.
And I think
Really?
we should keep our emails, our personal emails, and our phone numbers and stuff private, and only share them with a subset of people that we have already known.
Right.
Like nobody knew, and we should say that no one knew we'll get our phone numbers or our emails. Like everything, whether you go for a job or a house, everything has its process to vet people to see if they are willing to keep their word. And we have to
Yeah.
have the same. That's the sad reality of it.
Yeah.
Because there's going to be a lot of smart people that agree with us, but don't agree with the way we deliver it, or don't agree with one part of the process. And they're allowed to disagree. They're not allowed to fight with us. I left that shit back in New York, that worry of having to always be ready to fight even when walking down the street, because of the type of people that live around you.
But the only thing I'm seeing so far is a messenger bot service for live streaming pros. I don't think we want bots in there.
I don't know about that one. Just the wording of what it is that we don't want to invite AI into our world at this point.
No, I think that. Well, I mean, if you could control it somehow, just like I don't know. I think you can.
Google already proved they can't. Listen, there is some. I don't know if you heard the story, but this guy was trying to see if he could get one AI to tell another AI a secret about the humans and keep it so that the humans didn't know. And it successfully did it. So the AI, as much as I can, stops at the door for me.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not really seeing too much here. I'll have to try a couple different browsers. See if I
Right.
can find something.
What a, oh no. Duo is only a text message service, right? Okay. Hmm.
Photographer streaming performance, the best is Twitch and YouTube. Can't really go above or beyond that.
Unless you get your own frequency and your own satellite.
You can go live on Reddit and you can go live on Instagram, but they're usually not very good quality.
You can go live on Facebook and the same. The quality on Facebook compared to YouTube is immense.
And the moderation is a lot less since Twitch and YouTube are for video streaming and making videos of that kind. You'll find a lot more things like if you went to Facebook or anything else, they probably wouldn't have an option of making your own moderator. Or well, I like Twitch because it's unmoderated. Like there's no bots that moderate your videos on Twitch. So you can play whatever music you want, talk about whatever you want, and it won't get taken down. That's their whole point.
Yeah, but you can't share that to YouTube and you can't share that to Facebook. So that's where shit becomes real muddy, is where I think, if I understand you right, Larry, it's about reaching more people, not being on a platform that prevents you from reaching people.
Well, yeah, I mean, the hardest part going to be is, with a large group is, we've even seen it between us where we get animated and we're, stepping all over each other and stuff like that. But I also believe with the more people, the more point of views and the more information you're going to achieve, because, I mean, one person can sit there and all they do is research 24 hours a day
Mm-hmm.
and never still even get as much information as, say, like 10 people. You know what I'm trying to say?
Right. Yes, yes, I do. Yes. But if them 10 people step all over each other, then no information's getting out.
Right, right. That's what I'm saying. And that's why a while back I thought, maybe like the boar thing, but then that's why I wanted to put it out there. But then, like you said, I think that wouldn't really work either because people are going to get hurt feelings. And, well, how can you pick those?
Well, not if they agree to the terms and conditions ahead of time. So, in my mind, when I'm capable of live streaming on my channel, the terms and conditions are going to be right up front, right straight up front. And I know a lot of people don't like me for this, but I cut the bullshit and the fluff away from the reality. And the reality is, number one, everybody has a mute button that they can hit themselves. If you choose not to and you're trying to control a conversation, I'm going to do it for you. Like, do you agree to those terms straight up? Because I'm lucky to be alive, Larry, and I don't want to waste my freaking time fighting with people,
Maybe have something like if you if you have to be told more than 3 or 4 times that you're interrupting or stomping on other people's speech when they're speaking, like interjecting when you shouldn't be interjecting, then after the third time you'll be muted for a minute or whatever, I'm trying to say.
Right, right. Because it boils down to basic human respect. Seriously, like people do not take me seriously when I say those 3 words. But basic human respect dictates that you listen as much as you talk, that
Right.
you give as much as you take. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
It requires a balance that the rest of us who live by that philosophy can easily tell a person who doesn't have basic human respect because they simply cannot let another person talk.
I want to acknowledge Living Horizons came in the room and she first gave us some shit and asked us if this was a safe place and then said,
Hi, Living Horizons. I already love your sense of humor and good morning. Okay, so
I've seen them around a few times.
me too. So Hotboxing has an idea that in 10 seconds or less, she's about to come in here and tell you.
I'm counting.
I got a good idea for a system of vetting someone making content and putting it out on all platforms, which you could do if you wanted to do a little extra work, which would be like emailing, vetting the person, and having a private video chat instead, but recording it and using it as a video podcast to post later or post live. Just so you're not having the interruption of the chat, and maybe you could do a live after that. But if you wanted to just get content out there, have a good conversation, moderate it, and not have to worry about extra things, then you can like have a private video chat, like a private broadcast. Well, that's what I thought YouTube would be good for, because if they want to come up and be heard, they will have nothing to hide. You know what I'm saying? So when I see new people, I go see when they joined whatever social media I'm using, when they started putting stuff out, when they started interacting with people, because bots don't do any of that stuff.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think also, since it's so easy putting an alternate name on your profile that already exists, like if people come up on the video with us, they're gonna have to show us their image just for a quick, 5 seconds or whatever, so we know that person isn't.
I would do longer than 5 seconds, because Freedom tried that, and that freaking night he did it, he must have got 4, 5, 6 freaking sex bots that look like a person just sitting there. And as you're looking at the person waiting for him to talk, it's like a jump scare. And, this other video comes on. It's super loud and disgusting and nasty. So it's got to be longer than a few seconds. Like, I got a criminal justice background. Like, I really vet people before, like, I even accept their friendships and stuff, because it's bad out there. Like, if you use Sly's term, it is bad out there in the YouTube streets.
Well, it's bad anywhere, and the problem is I'm only a robot when I'm
Yeah, sounds like my husband. Yes, breakdancing. That's great. But I'm sorry, Living Horizons, to say this, but that kind of dates you, because breakdancing's from my heyday. What about yours, Larry?
I gotta go try to wake up Wolf Lady. I'll be right back.
All right.
You notice I said try.
I heard that. Play, you my boy. I'm gonna do a painting lives where I interrupt my music and painting and talk about shit. Everyone's so taken back. Then I just go right back to what I'm doing. You have to moderate that. I'm not gonna be paying the fucking attention. Insane. Oh my gosh. People are gonna watch it just to see what I'll talk about next time. Maybe I'll just go down any random rabbit hole I feel like that day. Followers? Yes, with cheese. Let's get it. Maybe the next day I want to talk about how somebody might be cloned, somebody might not be cloned. That's information for you to find out later. Right, Mom? Yes. Now you talk. Let's see. The weather forecast changes by the minute. Last was supposed to be Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and now it's. I'd say Friday, but it looks pretty okay out there. Don't let that fool you, man. It's really. And they said none on Saturday, and then they said some on Sunday. So now that it's Friday, it's probably going to be sunny and 60 degrees all weekend. Oh wanted to go sledding. Sorry, Charlie. The weatherman tells socially sanctioned lies.
Tell the weatherman to fuck off. I want it snow. How dare you just change that up on me that morning? I'll sue.
And don't do that. I already have nothing. What's less than nothing? Nothing.
So you have nothing to lose.
Yeah, time being in court because you sued me, and then I'd have to figure out where to put your body so nobody finds it.
I'm not suing you. I'm suing the weatherman.
Oh, oh my gosh, that went
I think
downhill fast.
the quickest way I could date myself is I could say I remember the Watusi.
Oh, that's wow, Larry, you went there.
What's that?
The dance, like the twist and
Oh,
the chubby checker and square dancing in the gym. You remember that one?
Grease stuff? Like 1950s stuff?
No, like they literally did. You had to learn square dancing. So when the time came and they wanted all the kids to do a dance, that we all already knew it.
And then another good one would be Soul
Oh my
Train.
God, yes. You've seen that a few times.
Yeah.
Yeah. Me and the hubby make fun of it, and so we'll try to say soul as long as we can, like soul.
That's like I did.
And then
I actually thought it was pretty good. I liked it.
I liked it too. It really had different music on it that wasn't on the radio all the time, different people, and that Soul Train dude was so funny.
I don't know how it happened, but Soul
Well, I
Train
think
sort of
too.
popped it up on my For You page for no reason the other day.
I think back then it was more, lack of better words, movies, shows, music, all were more had an entertainment value. They had some kind of structure, not like nowadays they just throw shit out and hope you like it, basically.
Hey, modern entertainment is like people who throw spaghetti on the wall to see if it's done. Some of it sticks and some of it don't.
Some of these,
I taste that shit.
like I really like all the Marvel shows and all that, but lately they just been butchering them so bad. Making a character that's always been a man character now a woman, and
Yes, yeah.
to me that just part of I think the draw to like Marvel comics was all their different characters, and you start to learn the ins and outs of a certain character and what they can and can't do, and then when you go and make a woman a man or a man or a woman, it just doesn't fit the storyline. I don't feel anyway.
Well, hell, they changed the shit like Hamlet. They didn't make Romeo Juliet and Juliet Romeo. I mean, there's certain places that they won't go, and that is very telling on their motive for doing it in the first place.
Yeah.
Okay, like three things. One, they do it for marketing purposes only.
Duh.
And like to be like, we support women or whatever. That's just their whole shtick. They don't actually mean it, and that's why I think it's bullshit. Number two, Marvel Comics is gods who want to be humans, except for Tony Stark and Black Widow. And we know humans who want to be gods. That's Marvel, and then DC is gods who want to be humans. And if you just take those core concepts and look at them, it's really telling who likes who and for what reason. That's it.
That was way too deep for comics, in my opinion.
You don't let me talk about comics, so I have to get it out when I get the chance. Jesus.
My brother that I lost here quite a few years ago, he used to be just a fantastic artist. He could draw comic book drawings in just a matter of minutes, and it looked better than almost every comic book drawing I've ever seen.
Comic books are hard to draw.
I don't dislike the artistry. I did not watch cartoons when I was a kid and stuff. So when I did see cartoons and it was all about the fighting and good and evil and all that, I just
Ain't nobody got time for that.
I didn't in my life. I was learning to live again. So no.
I did.
I have one comic, Stephen
Power
King.
of Grayskull.
What?
By the Power of Grayskull. That was
I have not.
Master of the Universe was the name of the cartoon.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah, my whole family likes cartoons, superheroes. I'm
And
not
then there was
really.
after that, what was patterned after that cartoon was Scene of the Warrior Princess.
Hey, Larry.
Uh,
You know why I took my daughter, my first child, was old enough to go to the movies to see Shrek? Because it was all about the cast outs. And then I just throw it forward 20 years. And you know why I watched The Boys? It's a superhero show
yeah,
on
I've
Prime.
seen it. Right, I've
Yeah,
seen it.
it's because they're all fucked up. So like I enjoy the superheroes are fucked up shows.
She likes making
Oh,
fun of us. She
they
won't
have another one.
watch Batman with me. It hurts my feelings.
They have another one that's like that, where they're heroes, but they're kind of enemy heroes. I don't know. It's hard to explain. But what is the name of that show? One of them's like half ape and half human. The other one is like an atomic man, but like he's kind of like the uh, Marvel guy that shoots laser beams out of his eyes, but he shoots like a laser beam out of his chest. There's another girl that what is the name of that show? It's really good. There's a monkey too. There's a monkey that can talk, and he's like super brilliant. The guy, the old guy, he ends up adopting these kids, and they all have like superpowers. Fuck, I can't remember the name of that show. I can remember what it's about, but I can't remember. It's actually really good though.
Is it
And it's
still on, like in production?
yeah, it's on Netflix.
Oh damn it! I ain't got Netflix.
I'm sure it's probably somewhere else, but it's really good. It has the like you're saying, that people aren't perfect or whatever. They got all these different faults and
Right.
stuff about them, but yet they can still do what needs to be done. And
Bad people.
Bud, watch your coffee. Junior almost spilled it all over the TV because he's got a long ass tail. It didn't spill. Lydia, it didn't spill. So I get it. So
well, I
go
went and
ahead.
shook Wolf Lady, but she didn't seem to be too active at the moment. I think I wore her out last night.
Did you guys wind up staying up pretty late?
Actually, we were up till like 10:30, which is really late for us.
Right.
I still woke up at 3:30 though.
Ouch.
I just cannot turn that internal clock off. I don't know why. I mean, it's been a long time since I've, done any work, but I just
Right.
can't turn it off.
I'm still on East Coast time. So on East Coast time, I would get up normally 6:30, and over here I wake up about between 4:30 and 5, which would be 6:30 East Coast time. I can't get out of it. I thought I was out of it for a couple weeks, and then after we got the pigs and the chickens and stuff, and I had to be up super early, I wasn't out of it. Yeah,
She
waking
was
up at freaking 4:30.
she was saying yesterday that she's seen some kind of documentary or something. Hang on a sec. That found out that supposedly, like the people that are born at oh shit 100 that are born in oh shit 100 usually get up at oh shit 100. The people that are born at nighttime, usually are awake at nighttime, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, that's funny because I was born at almost 4:30 in the morning and that's the
And he,
time I get up. And
yeah,
but my son makes it different because of his special needs and he's got like a mild autism.
right,
So I mean he probably wakes up between 6 and maybe 8 and the occasional 10 o'clock. But he
yeah,
was born after 10 in the morning and my daughter as well after 10 in the morning.
yeah. That's still pretty good. I was with I was with a lady that didn't understand why the kids had to eat at like between 4 and 6. She thought it was okay for them to eat at 10 or 11 o'clock,
Mm.
and I'm just like, these guys need some kind of structure. They need some kind of routine. They can't you know think it's okay to eat dinner at 10 or 11 o'clock at night, especially when they got to get up at school, be at school at 7 in the morning.
Mhm. Mhm.
But of course, I was the bad guy.
I was the same way. When I go to my friend's house or my neighbors, and they'd have just finished dinner at like 8 o'clock, and the kids bouncing around. And I'm like, I didn't really come over to hang out with the kids, so peace out. I'll see you later. Let them
Yeah,
figure it out on their own. If that's the way they want to parent, that's their choice. But I was not. Mm-mm. My kids were already in bed at 8 o'clock.
right.
No, you could read books. You just had to be in bed.
Oh, smug. With my favorite players.
Right, it's called downtime.
Yep.
It was nice.
Yeah, I don't believe in passing out as soon as you hit the bed. You know what I'm saying? Some people
Yeah,
just can't do that. But
you got
reading,
5 minutes to be asleep,
yeah,
or
I fucking
else.
hated it. Yep. That's when, as a kid, you start practicing how to breathe shallow and keep your eyes closed and don't
Yeah,
move.
and don't move. Yeah,
I don't know.
or the old blanket over the head.
Yep. Or face away from the door so you're face towards the wall.
Yep. And you shut your eye just before they come over and look at you.
Yep, because your ears are so in tune with everything you hear. You're like 3, 2, 1, close.
Well, haven't you ever noticed when you're trying to, be like super quiet, you make the most noise than if you just walked in normally?
Yes.
Isn't that funny? You'll
Yes,
sit
they
there and
seem to hit
you'll
every
walk
creak in the
real
floor.
slow. You'll walk real slow and try to, step real lightly, and you hit or creak or smash or whatever. And then if you just walk in, you like hardly hear anything.
Exactly. Well, not with me. I'm pretty crash and burn almost every time I walk through the house.
Me too. But that's my nature.
Camper living for tall people really sucks ass.
I probably have death in my skull from how many times I've hit my head on the goddamn cabinet doors.
But like I said, I think this is really built for shorter people. The counter height alone. Oh man, it kills my neck trying to wash dishes.
Gotta sit down to cook sometimes.
Yeah, it seems like to me the problem is when I search and as soon as I put in StreamYard or YouTube, it's just wanting to give me stuff on that.
Very specific things, yeah.
Yeah.
Go on and ask for them. And ask for them.
You go on and ask for
I
them.
don't want to.
Me neither.
Larry do.
I don't like sifting through other people's comments that aren't very specific. And an ask for them kind of brings you all over the place until you.
Oh.
I don't like that.
Make a YouTube video on it and post it on everything and tag the people that work as streamers and progress.
No,
Here's something that says live stream video calls to social media with StreamYard.
live stream video calls. So that means that we would have to meet on a different forum like Zoom and then put it through the app that you're talking about in order to upload that then to your social media.
Discord does video calls. They're better quality.
They also have a me and her have a Motorola phone, and with the Motorola phone you get this app that comes with it. It used to be called fuck. I don't remember now, but now it's called Meet Me. And it's a
Oh,
video
I've heard of that, yes.
it's a video platform, but I'm not sure, like how many people can be up on that platform at a time.
Or how the chat interacts with the panel, because that was a big thing with Odyssey, is the chat interacting with the panel was almost impossible unless
Yeah.
you had a paid subscription.
Skillshare.
They get confused.
Huh? I'm not confused. I tried it. And I tried commenting, and I talked to Freedom on YouTube, and I told him I tried commenting. And that's when we realized that without a paid subscription, the comments just go into the nether region.
Oh.
They don't get posted up there. So I said, I'm not doing Odyssey if that's the way it's going to be. So that's what I'm saying. All these other platforms have these other issues that YouTube's already, maybe YouTube has a patent on it. I don't know. But the only places you can interact with the chat this freely is Facebook and YouTube. Maybe it's that Zuck Markerberg, the little boy who had to sit on a booster seat to talk to Congress.
Which works the same way?
Yeah, but Twitch is just live, right?
It's usually there's a video. It's live, but they still chat with me. I have to.
Someone's paying for a subscription there, so we no.
It's free to use, free to watch. The subscriptions are for like extra shit. Like you don't need a YouTube subscription to use YouTube and go live. It's the same concept with Twitch and Discord. Discord can't go live; it's just a video call, but they're all the same. I've never used anything that was a subscription thing because I don't have money. So I completely understand the confusion because when you look it up, all it says is the subscriptions immediately because they want to advertise that. But it's not necessary. You still use it. I'd have to take a little exploring for me to understand Twitch. And I've heard that Twitch setup is a little complicated. So it's probably not as worth it as the trouble it is. But if you need something alternative, it's essentially the same as YouTube, just only live streaming.
And you can't use it elsewhere because of the copyright factors. So you can't put a Twitch video on YouTube because it'll be copyrighted.
You can. I'll show you some.
It'll still be copyrighted.
Oh, well, if you talk about copyrighted stuff, then yeah.
Or music.
If you
Like
had...
my thing, I don't know about you, Larry, but my thing is when I go to other channels that have talk and music, I want to be able to like, hey, I need 3 minutes. I'm gonna put this song on. We can't do that on YouTube. I mean, you literally have to go to copyright-free music list and choose some messed up crap to play. I don't know. You can't. That's where you can't mix it because copyright gets involved.
I mean, you can still edit it out. Lots of people do that when they repost.
Do I look like I'm 20?
I'm I'm gonna be down.
No, I'm just saying, stop acting like it's so easy because there's a lot of people like me, like Larry, that's another job, literally, to do that. Not just to have the video, but then to be able to share it, you would have to edit it as per each social media you plan on putting it on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that to me, that's a lot of work. I got a homestead to be building and running.
Mm-hmm.
So that to me is excessive, and I would then
Well,
settle
plus
back.
too, you got to think. Like we said, we're trying to come up with different topics to talk about, and then come up with these different videos. And if we're having to, chop up these videos for different platforms, you're just basically opening up a worm nest. Just a tangle weave of a big knot. And we all know on these knots, if we pull the right string, it will unravel. But if you pull the wrong one, it just gets tighter.
I agree. I agree. If you make it a simple braid, you know what I'm saying? It's straightforward. You got your platform, you got your rules, you got the way you want to do it, you got your topics. We don't want to confuse it all, especially for the older generation, because sometimes you can add too much to a soup and it's not a soup.
Okay,
Okay, so maybe in the future,
I'll do it.
yeah, which is fine.
And you could help a lot as far as too getting us younger views and concepts and ideas and thoughts and emotions and whatever. And I mean, I think the biggest thing, like with your mom and from what I've seen, your mom and myself, is we have a very open mind, and we're willing to listen to your thoughts and stuff instead of like a lot of people just I'm older, I know better type thing.
Yeah.
I can say from experience, lots of people in my generation are looking for that.
Yeah.
No one else will let us talk about it. Not
Well,
even each other.
Well, that's, people want to control the conversation because you're young. There's a lot of times we have no idea what's going to fly out your mouth, and that disrupts other people's narrative. Wouldn't you say, Larry?
it could. I think it depends on the individual and how they handle themselves. I mean, in every situation, I feel there's got to be give and take, of some sort.
Yes, yes.
And I feel that no matter if I'm, for lack of better words, we'll say child or young adult, I don't think their speech should be hindered just like ours. I think they should be able to give us their point of views and their thoughts, because if the person that's listening and is willing to open their mind, they could give them a whole different aspect on how to, objective way to look at a specific subject, especially dealing with them and what they're going through or seeing.
Absolutely.
All right.
Absolutely. Good morning,
I am
Ann.
morning. I'm awake. I'm awake. I'm out of bed. I'm dressed and I've brushed my hair and cleaned my eyes. Don't ask for a
Sounds
lot.
like you're trying to convince yourself.
Are you really awake?
Right. Seriously. I think that's what I was doing. Good call.
That's funny.
Pinch yourself to check.
Huh?
She said, did you pinch yourself to check?
Oh, hell no, that hurts. I'm not willing to go through that because I already know it hurts.
So, Anna, did you hear any of the conversation this morning?
No. No? What's up? What's up?
I know you have much to offer in the knowledge you've obtained in your walk of life, huh?
Well, yes, I have.
So, what did Larry say?
I said some here and there and in between.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So, how do you feel about doing panels a couple times a week about certain topics and inviting different perspectives? You know what I'm saying?
What we figured out is like we think we're gonna have specific subjects on like Monday, Wednesday, and Fridays.
Oh.
So and that subject could run, and we need to decide too if we're going to concentrate on a subject a day or a subject a week, or a couple days, or just play it by ear. I think no matter what subject we pick, we're going to need probably the week to talk about it.
The week? Why? Why a whole week?
Because any subject you pick, there's always a lot of, like say gardening, you're going to have 26 different views on how to garden and what vegetable grows better this way or whatever, you know what I'm saying? So you got to have a lot of information and time to be able to talk about it. I mean, a week could be too long, but I think, like I said, I think a day's not going to be long enough to concentrate on one subject. I don't know. What do you think?
I mean, he has a point. What if we did something like on Monday, it would be things to do with our perspective, and maybe on Wednesday, that's when we could allow others on the panel to give their perspective. And then on Friday, it could be just a jumble of maybe what we've learned, what we'd want to talk about in the future. I don't know. I'm just throwing ideas
Yeah.
out, guys.
The only problem with that is, say, like on Monday, if we just do it with ourselves, and we're not having that open door policy and letting people come in and give us their
Well,
thoughts.
no, I'm not saying change that part of it. I'm saying like between the end of Monday's broadcast and the beginning of Wednesday's, like say we do have an email set up where people can shoot us information from different perspectives that we don't know. So we can't put it on our broadcast if we don't know. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? And then that Wednesday, then we can discuss all the stuff people have brought to us.
Yeah. Oh, I want to tell Anna something. Yesterday, all day yesterday, and this morning, before yesterday, Mary, when she came in, would just go right up to the stream.
Yeah.
Well, all day yesterday and this morning, I'd have to let her in. And then she came in and she was roboting, and she went out and came back in, and she went up by herself. So it's a StreamYard problem, not things you can do or can't do.
Okay.
So we were also discussing, Anna, how to do with the nefarious types, the one who try to cause trouble or drama or argue for ungodly reasons. Of course, we all already know how to deal with bots.
But there again, maybe not, because like the other day, we couldn't kick that one bot out of here. Remember, I had to time them out.
Yes.
And they never, luckily, they didn't come back. But I thought that was kind of weird that we couldn't kick that bot out. So that tells me that they've learned the language of either StreamYard or YouTube and learned to work around to be able to allow themselves not to be kicked out or banned or
Yeah,
whatever.
because I've seen people use other people's names only with a capital where there wasn't a capital before, and
Right.
it was a bot. It was a person bot. I call them person bots. You know what I'm saying?
Right. Oh, and
So,
they got some really good ones. I mean, there's been times I was pretty sure the person I was talking to was per se a scammer, but I talked to them for quite a while and didn't know that they were a bot until finally I'm like, I'd ask a specific questions and they never, really answer that question. They'd go on to something else that was in their programming, basically.
Yes. Or they say triggering things. So I'll give that bot like 4 or 5 statements before I make a decision, and then I'll speak directly to them. If they don't speak directly back to me, I know it's a bot. But I'm
Yeah.
on other people's streams, so I kick out obvious bots, not obvious people. You know what I'm saying? So they're definitely trying to play a different game and catch us.
Huh.
Yeah. The one thing
But
that
I'm
kind
really good at detecting them.
the one thing that really used to crack me up is like with these supposedly female scammers, they all say the same exact things. I mean, exactly. They might, you know, use them in different times, but they'll always basically say the same words, the same. I don't know, just basically everything. It's all like one. They got one cheat sheet, and this is what you have to say or something. Because, and that's usually the easiest way I can pick out a scammer is when they start. Oh, hey, babe, I don't care about your age, and you got some
But
21-year-old model sitting there, talking to me, 60-plus-year-old man going, oh, I don't care about your age and this, and that, and the other thing. And you're just like, okay, that's a scammer.
right. Yeah, and I've actually seen this person's name was capital A space capital B, and I went back to their YouTube page. Now this time it had videos going back a year, but you could tell they were triggering videos. But in the chat where I found this person was like, "This is how I think. Put me up there. I'm a real person." You know what I'm saying? And was just saying things that just scream saboteur to me. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So I mean, I really can't wait to get a laptop so that I can be in the stream too, so that I
Yeah.
can get rid of those bots because I mean, there are sometimes I'm like, bam, 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 and 6 will come in at once, and I'm right on top of them because I'm the only moderator in the room. And if you get them straight away, they just stop bothering you.
Yeah.
But if you don't get them straight away on that first one, then it's almost like you've seen 4, 5, 6 messages will just keep popping up.
Right. One thing you might want to check when you're, financially able to is check the pawn shops and stuff because you can get, like laptops a lot cheaper there than, new or whatever.
Right. I have one in mind that I'm definitely going to go to, but that's a tourist spot too. So I think other people are hip on that. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah,
they hit places like that.
if it's a tourist spot, you're going to end up paying more than you should, basically.
Right. I'm gonna have to what I'm gonna have to do is go
No,
to the
lay
big
down. It's
city.
too early.
Go in.
Actually, it's not. It's almost 8.
I'll have to go to a bigger city, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. All right. Let me get a
But
coat on.
So it's Friday. So
I got to do garbage.
I believe because you're the creator of this idea and the host that you should pick the first topic.
Oh, gee, thanks.
Well, it is your birthday and it's the first day of the new year of your life. We're gonna start it off on a big step.
there you go. Hey Mary, can you turn your phone or your camera down just a little bit so that we can see your face a little more?
Hold on, I'll have her hang a blanket because that's the sun coming in.
Well, yes,
Oh, you
but
mean like
the
this? You mean
sign.
hold on. You mean like this?
Yeah.
Hi.
Hi. I only get to see like the top part from here up, because of the little sign there.
Right. Well, I use that sign to hide what I'm smoking most times.
Oh, that's fine.
No, but listen, I tried to get a partial for my mouth because when I was having these two kids, I was sick all 10 months. All 10 months. I lost so many of my back teeth. So I got a partial, but the partial felt like it was crushing my real teeth. And
Oh.
I was gonna go to another dentist, to because I heard about soft palate partials, but then COVID came, and I saw what the doctors were doing, and I didn't freaking trust them, and I haven't been back because I still don't trust them. I need the partial, no doubt. I know it looks crazy, and I never ever did hardcore drugs. This is merely from getting sick with my two kids and then going through cancer.
Yeah. I had full teeth, with only one missing, um, until about a year and a half ago. And, I had cancer almost 4 years ago in March. I would have had my ovarian cancer removed, and I had chemo, and, um, it was like 6 months after that or something like that. All of a sudden, it was like boom, boom, boom. My teeth were just like rotting,
Oh my
and
God.
it was horrible. And I've lost a good portion of my teeth. And the last thing that they did with my teeth was they pulled the front four bottom, and it's not from doing
I'm
drugs.
gonna do one at a time.
You know,
Easier.
and
Right, right.
and so I, like when I first met Larry, he was so shy and wouldn't look at me because his teeth were missing, and I'm like, I'm not gonna judge you on your teeth, man. And I still had a lot of teeth, all my teeth and whatnot, and I'm like, I don't care, you know.
Mm-hmm.
The physical version of us does not detour me whatsoever,
Right.
And then I started losing teeth left and right, where they were pulling 2, 3, and then on this one they pulled 4,
Mm.
and now I qualify with the state health. I qualify with for dentures, and when I left here, Larry's last time, I left here to go to a denturist appointment, and they made the mold for my teeth.
Mm-hmm.
And my biggest problem is that I have what they call tori, which
What's
is I
that?
have shelves on the bottom of I have bone shelves.
Holy shit,
Underneath.
really?
Yeah.
I work for a dentist office, so I can visualize what you said. Wow,
Yeah,
so that
and
makes
it's
it even
between
more
the bottom of
difficult.
my jaw and my teeth. I actually have shelves, and it's really weird. They're full bone, and that's it's not that common,
Right.
but it's common. But mine are extreme. So
Mm.
to the point where my tongue is always up and not down in my mouth.
Oh, no kidding, really.
Yeah.
So
So
doesn't that pose a problem to get the dentures?
she said no. It's just how they have to make the dentures.
Right, 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 right. And you'll probably have to go through several fittings for them to, and that's what the dentist didn't do for me. I was driving from 2.5 hours away. I knew that these dentures should take 5, 6, 7 fittings before they're comfortable. And after the first fitting, this dentist is like, "It's your mouth. Your teeth moved." I'm like, "My teeth didn't move that much, dude." And
Right.
that partial shouldn't be crushing my natural teeth. Like that was my point. So I tried to wear them home, like he said, get your mouth used to them. I was 20 minutes down the road, and to get them out with no paste, nothing, I had to use my fingernails and pry them off of my mouth.
Yes. Yeah.
I work for a dentist. That should not happen like that. I should not have to pry it off my frickin' mouth.
No, you should be able to just pop them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there was no space for my tongue. So I have a larger tongue than the size of my mouth. And
Yeah.
they didn't account for that. So when he first put the partials in, he made me say something like pizza. And all I could erupt from my mouth was plah, plah.
Yeah,
And he
yeah.
said that was normal. I'm like, there's no, I work for a fucking dentist. There's no way that all these people left going plus, plus, because they couldn't fucking talk with what was in their mouth. No
Yeah.
freaking way.
Yeah. Yeah.
I
My thing
still
is,
have the
I like.
partials. Go ahead.
Go ahead. Oh, I I since the chemo, I've had chronic dry mouth, really
Mm.
bad, and so I drink a lot of water. I allow myself to have one soda a day because I like
Mm.
my soda. But I drink. Oh my god, I can drink a good half a case of water easy, if not more, a day.
Wow.
And
Wow.
I still suck on candy because my mouth is just so dry. And the funny thing is ever since I lost those four front teeth, you'll see candy just go pew, shoot out of my mouth, and I'll be like, "Damn it! There goes my candy again." It's pretty funny, but at the same time, it's really frustrating.
Right, right, right. And see, I'm
Ugh.
gonna have to go to a dentist soon, because I had a root canal back here, but half the tooth broke off, and since there was a root canal, I have no pain. But
Right.
that's the last molar I have on the bottom because of all the sickness. The acid from throwing up so much took
Yeah.
out all my bottom teeth, not the top ones, because the way the throw up comes out of a human's mouth, it's the bottom
Right.
teeth that
Right.
get messed up.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna have to bite the bullet and go. Like I'll probably do elderberry for a week before I even make the appointment because I don't trust them. And it's not the COVID that made me that way. It was what I saw in life that I
Yeah.
just don't trust people, right?
Yeah. Yeah. And around my area, the denturist or whatever that people are sent to, for some reason the dentures aren't fitting correctly.
It's the lab they're using, and then the dentist just takes it. He just tolerates it and pushes it off on the patient. I work for a high-end dentist in New York, and not in New York City, like about 2 hours outside of New York. And I saw the true work that is supposed to happen at a dentist. And then I experienced a Medicaid dentist in Michigan. There is plenty of Medicaid extractionists. But to
Mm-hmm.
get a real Medicaid dentist for fillings, there was only one in a 3-county area. It took me 3 years to get into that dentist. And by then, the cavities that were small were huge. So when people are like, you had to have done drugs for your teeth to look that way, I wanted to punch so many people in their face, like, you are so assaulting me by even saying that and not figuring that this system sucks ass. I seen how they treat the rich. I seen how they treat the poor. It's
Uh,
disgusting.
yeah, I have a really good dentist. Her name is Dawn, and she's amazing. She's got a good personality. She's just awesome.
All
But
right, Patriot Canadians here. I'm just
Patriot
waving to
this
them.
morning, and now I'm not beyond seeing her, because they still have extractions to do, but yeah, I'm not looking forward to it all, but I just want teeth. I want to eat
Me
food.
too, man. Oh my
I want
gosh.
to, when I was eating those ribs yesterday, I was like, sideways, and stuff because I'm missing those 4 bottom teeth. And I'm like chewing on them sideways. But once I figured out how I was going to do it, boy, let me tell you, I was just going to town. I
In
had
the
a
state
mess
of
all over my
Michigan,
face.
they said I didn't lose enough teeth for a frickin' partial. I qualified because I'm in a different state. It's just that they did it in the shittiest way possible, and they did it to someone who knew what was going on. 2.5-hour ride. The least they could do is make my frickin' time worth it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now I'm looking at partials I can't even wear because I don't want them to crush the teeth I still have,
Yeah. Yeah.
And these
And
are
my son,
conversations like you're saying, Larry, like these topics, not to disgruntle any future people or to give anyone medical advice, but to
yeah.
let them know they're not alone in experiencing these doctors who are probably C plus students that shouldn't have made it through the whole vetting medical process, but
Yeah.
did for the sake of money.
Yeah. Yeah.
So this is the medical part. Like I had cancer, I had breast cancer, double mastectomy, and those doctors in Michigan made mistakes. You know that I probably if I was rich, I could pay a doctor to correct it. But because I'm poor, the poor doctors don't want to correct the other poor doctor's mistakes. I don't
Yes.
know if you run into that, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
That just
They have a policy here where if you are if you dislike your treatment or how the doctor is or whatever at this doctor's office that's in my town, you're not allowed to switch to another doctor at that office. You have to go to the next town over, which is another half hour away, And if you don't like any of them there, then you have to go to the next town, which is, 45 to 50 minutes away, you know? And then,
mm,
you know, and that's the same with referrals for doctors,
hmm
uh, oh, I'm going to send you to Corvallis. And I'm like, well, if you're going to send me to Corvallis, send me to Eugene. It's just as far, and I could see my honey,
right.
you know?
And have a bigger choice of doctors.
Huh?
Have a bigger choice. You have a bigger choice in a bigger city. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
haven't.
Okay. So listen, this is what happened to me because I went with the same philosophy as you. If you're going to send me to a specialist, you might as well send me to the nearest city instead of, another small town.
It's a
So,
bigger town, but still, yeah.
so I was in this city at a, after, it wasn't after, I think it was after one of my son's specialist appointments in the same city as my specialist. And I was at Harbor Freight. And all I did at the cashier was lift my arm to grab the bag of what I bought. And the nerve pinched in my back to the
Ooh,
point
yes.
where, like, it bent me over. But I did not want my medical issues that I came in Harbor Freight with to affect Harbor Freight. So I'm like, Vincey was with me. It was just me and him alone. I'm like, go get mommy a cart, please, So I have like a walker, so to speak, to get to the truck.
Yeah.
So I got him in the truck. I got in the truck like sideways like that, and there I'm sitting like that. I can't move. I can't sit up straight. I can't do nothing. So I call my doctor's office. I'm in the same city as the doctor's office. And I'm like, this is what's going on. And they're like, well, you have to call an ambulance if you can't move, and get yourself taken to the hospital. They know I'm not from the area. I call the ambulance and I tell the 911 operator, like, I need you to inform the EMTs that I have a Down syndrome son with me, so that they're prepared for
Yes.
what what's here.
Mhm.
So they pull up behind the truck and I open the door And get back. And I let him know this is my son. You know, he's an eloper, which means he'll just walk away. So I'm like scared to death that no one's going to keep eyes on him while I'm trying to get out of the truck, right? So I'm just like, Vincey, just stay right there. Just stay right there. Just, you know, and I'm telling him that. And the EMTs would not help me out of the truck. They said that I had to get out of the truck on my own accord. And I'm looking at him like, you have got to be kidding me. This nerve is severely pinched. Any movement, like that little bit of movement with my hands would just pinch that nerve worse in my back. And there was 3 of them. They wouldn't. They're standing outside my driver's door. So I'm like, fine, whatever. You know, this is traumatizing my son. My son wants to help me. He's trying to get out of the truck so he can come around and help me because he sees that I need the help. And I'm like, no, Vincent, you can't. We're in this parking lot in the middle of the city. So I go to back myself out and I put my right hand behind me trying to reach for the EMT that's next to me. Like, give me your hand, you know?
Yeah.
He doesn't offer his hand. You know where my hand lands? I'll just let you guys guess where my hand lands. I got so freaking mad. I was so irate that I just kind of like pushed myself backwards so that I would like kind of like basically fall, you know, kind of on the gurney. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
And then my son gets out because he detects the shift in my energy. You know what I'm saying? Something bad just happened. And I get on the gurney and they're trying to strap me in. I see my son walking and I'm like, Vincey, will someone go to my son? Screaming. They push me like towards the ambulance and I'm like, Vincey, come on, you gotta come by mommy, stay by mommy. They pushed me in, they didn't say anything, and I'm screaming at them like, where the fuck is my son? You know, and then after like 45 seconds, maybe a minute, he finally pops in to the front seat because they have nowhere else to put him.
Yeah.
In all of this chaos, they're like, where do you want to go? Like when you ask the pain scale of 1 to 10, at this point I'm at a 13.
Yeah.
And I'm in a city I don't know, and they ask me where I want to go. I'm like, the nearest freaking hospital. What are you asking? You know what I'm saying? You're the freaking EMTs.
They should know which one to take you to based on your condition.
And I told them that I had a doctor at the Parker, blah, blah, blah. I forget the name of it right now. But, and I told them that they brought me to this other hospital that's already basically stopped taking patients.
Oh.
They wheel me into the emergency room. I tell them I have a doctor. I give them the name and number. And they proceed to make me put a hospital gown on in front of my son.
Oh, not cool.
So now I'm like, I don't want these hardcore medicines. Like, don't give them to me without the permission of my doctor. Like, my doctor already knows what medicines I take and don't take.
Yeah.
So they come in with like tramadol and I don't know. They put 2 medicines together. It seemed like light medicines in an IV.
Yeah.
And now I'm shifted to a wheelchair from that gurney because I can't put like my upper body weight on my lower body. Like the nerve was pinched that bad that I had to sit there holding myself up. So I like got my eyes closed. I had called the husband and he comes to pick up Vincey. And he no sooner leaves than they come in with a 4th medicine. And before they would answer, what is that? It was in the IV and it was frickin' morphine.
Oh.
This is 4 medicines. Now I'm getting really pissed off because I still am holding myself up. You know, I'm asking them, did you call my doctor? Did you call my doctor?
Or you're in a chair, wheelchair or whatever, and they're giving you morphine. Woo.
And as the 4th drug, as a line of drug, they ended with morphine. So, of course, the morphine starts working because it's morphine, but it's like stabbing pain in my stomach because I shouldn't have medicine like that.
Yeah, I
So,
can't handle Me neither.
All of a sudden, like a half an hour later, this man walks in the room. And he's like, okay, doctor wants to see you up and walking. Excuse me? And it clicked in my head what the hell was going on. And boy, I couldn't control myself. I had all them drugs in me. All right, motherfucker, you want me to fucking walk? I'll fucking walk. And I get up and I'm holding on to the wall and I walk all the way down the hall, turn around, hold on to the wall, walk all the way back. And by then they got the doctor there because now I'm pissed off and they all freaking know it. And he's like, so, I hear you have a problem. Yeah, I do have a problem. I have problems with doctors who don't care. How do I know you don't care? Because you never even asked me how my back got that way before you start shoving drugs into my IV. You want me out of your freaking hospital? I'm out of your hospital. You have to sign an AMA. No, I don't. You're the one making me getting up and walk. You're the one preparing me for an exit to this hospital. And I'm just not going to wait for you to sit there and do what, paper? No, man. I'm gone and I'm not signing your paperwork. My husband just got to the hometown when I called him to say, hey, can you come pick me up?
No.
And he's like, what? What do you mean come pick you up? You should have stayed there all night. And I'm like, yeah, I know what should have happened, but that didn't happen. And he's like, well, where are you? Huh?
Drug you up and get you out.
Right. So he's like, well, where are you then? And I'm like, right now, I'm limping to the store right next to the hospital because if I don't get a cigarette in me and some kind of food, like I'm gonna go ape shit. And he's like, well, where are you gonna be then? On the hospital property. I'm gonna sit down in the grass and have a cigarette and wait for you to drive an hour back to me. And he's like, but there's no smoking. I dare them to kick me off.
I like that. I dare them.
Because I mean, I still couldn't even wrap my head around what just happened to me.
Yeah.
So,
What
that was
year was
only,
this? Do you remember or whatever?
this was 2019, 6 months before shit hit the fan.
Are you kidding me? 2019, huh?
Yeah, and because I wouldn't take the doctor's opiates, just a shot, just a localized shot is the only thing that I would do because I have a special needs son and a teenager. I can't afford to be drugged up.
Yeah.
And when I told him that, he's like, well, there's nothing we can do for you back then.
Yeah, because they don't, you have to see a specialist to get
He
stuff
was
like
a
that.
specialist. He was the orthopedic specialist that said this to me. So I called.
That's kind of like the same. That's kind of like the same bullshit I went through when I got hit by that cop. They sent an ambulance to check me out, but when the ambulance checked me out, I was bleeding profusely off my head because my head hit the cement. They didn't even wipe my head clean or nothing. They just kind of looked at me and asked me what hurts and asked me if I wanted to go to the hospital, and that was basically it. And then when I get to the hospital, they're like, "Oh, what happened?" And I'm like, I got hit, and it was left at that. And then I go in, and they're like, "Oh, well, we're going to give you fentanyl." And I'm like, I don't know if I really want fentanyl. I've never had fentanyl, and I'm kind of scared, for me to take it. And they're like, "Oh, well, that's basically your only choice. So you got a choice of if you want to remain in pain or, we want to give you this drug." And I says, okay. I says, well, can you give me something so I don't get sick? Because I think I'm going to get sick because I don't take no prescription stuff at
Right,
all.
right,
So
right.
they gave me this fentanyl and they cleaned me up a little bit and then they wouldn't let her stay in the hospital. So she says, oh, here's my phone number. Give me a call when he gets released. Well, they didn't call her, and they wouldn't let me use the phone to call anybody. So here I am high on fentanyl, walking around on the sidewalks, hoping I don't get hit by another fucking car. I end up having to walk like 2 miles home. And
oh my God.
he shows up and I said, "What the fuck are you doing here?" I'm like, "What is going on?" You know, yeah, they told me I literally had to leave the property.
What? You couldn't even wait
Yeah.
outside for them.
No.
Well, no, I was in handicap parking because I have a placard and everything. I'm like, okay, well, I'll sit in my car. Well, the security guard came up and knocked on my window and said, "You need to leave." I said, "Excuse me, I'm waiting." No, we need this space for somebody. And literally, I was the only one parked in 4 handicap spots at the front, and nobody else in ER parking. You need to leave,
That's
so we need the parking. What? I'm confused.
And then they sent me after that. They sent me to an orthopedic surgeon, and he doesn't take his own X-rays. He supposedly look at the X-rays from the hospital, but yet I never seen any of these X-rays. But anyway, he says, "Oh well, all your muscles are really tight, and that's why your bone's sticking up out of your shoulder.
It's contorting his
bone."
bone.
I'm thinking, oh great, well at least now they're going to give me some anti-inflammatories or something to, reduce that swelling or whatever's going on. When I left that office, he didn't write me one prescription, not one.
No.
And I'm thinking, wait a minute, you're telling me you know how to fix me, but yet you won't fix me.
That's what I'm saying, man. There's been a shift where it used to be, and I hate saying this out loud. Huh?
Sorry. Nubs is here.
Oh, okay. Hi, Nubs. There was a shift, I hate to say this, where they just treated the homeless like that. But now it's like if you don't hit some kind of class, A, B, C, 1, 2, 3, who knows what class you have to reach, keep up with the Joneses kind of bullshit in order to get any kind of respect.
Yeah.
I think it has to do with our kind of insurance. You have our kind of insurance, they're not going to treat you appropriately. But if you got private insurance and know that they can bill you $10,000 for a $1,000 procedure, they're going to do it, and they're the ones that they're going to pay attention to.
And you have to have that even has its minimum limit too to be accepted by.
Oh yeah.
So I just don't want. I'm tired of dancing around those who have utmost respect for doctors living in a free country. We have to gauge whether we can even tell our true experiences because they don't want to hear about the bad doctors, even though they're the same goddamn doctors that serve them.
Yeah, I couldn't believe that though when he's telling me, "Oh, all my muscles are just all tight, and that's my problem." And then not to get, I never heard of such a thing. You go to the doctor and you say, "Hey, I got this problem," and they're like, "Oh, well, we can fix that up for you real quick, but we're not going to do that because that'd make too much sense."
Because I agree with Nubs. He says F insurance. I don't know why I just say F because I swear a lot. But insurance to me is just the damn mafia middleman between us and the actual company that's scamming us.
Yes.
I mean, where the hell does the insurance company get the audacity to make medical decisions about me?
Right.
Well, not only that, like in my position, how come it costs me more money to go to a doctor or hospital with my insurance than it does if I had nothing?
Exactly.
It's
Yeah,
almost
it makes
twice.
no sense.
It's almost twice as much with my insurance than with no insurance at all.
Yep. Biggest scam, and I seen it in the office. I seen it as a patient. You know what I'm saying? Like, they left me 2 years walking in a way that made me a foot shorter than I actually am because they didn't want to pay for the surgery. 2 freaking years. It took me 15 minutes to stand up from a sitting position because the pain was so freaking intense. And all they wanted to do was ply me with pills.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Screw that. My life is worth more than the freaking drugged up state they want people in. And I've seen it firsthand. Someone who takes the pills the way the doctor tells them to take them. And the woman was drooling through life for a couple years. And I can honestly say, thank God it's not like that anymore. Okay. So she didn't fall into the trap that many do fall into, which is addiction. But damn if I didn't see them try over and over with me, try. And yeah, drug pushers. That's all these doctors were drug pushers. Not just that, when I was pregnant for my son, they tried to get me to do an amniocentesis like 6 or 7 times.
Yeah.
And I kept saying no. And then the last time I'm like, why? Why are you so insistent? Well, to give you the option. The option to what? Like they wouldn't come out and actually say it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
And they
yeah.
wouldn't answer my freaking question. And I just, and you know, in their silence, I put in the answer I knew they were thinking. And then I just said, it's not going to change my mind.
Yeah.
So I'm not going to let you do an amniocentesis on me, who have, with my son's pregnancy, I gained 10 pounds. 10 pounds. I was so freaking sick. And my
Yeah, I
normal
only gained
gaining
16
is
with my
30.
son. Yeah, I was really sick with my son too.
It was almost like they were trying to push me to do something. You know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So I'll read Nubs's comment. When I chopped my finger off, I waited in the ER for 3.5 hours before I was even seen. They were looking to punish me. When I told them I did not have insurance, they were reluctant to help. Abso-freaking-lutely. That's what I'm
I'm
saying.
telling you. Yeah, and now, you know, it's like if you're having a true medical emergency, we're not allowed to deny you medical care.
Actually,
But that doesn't mean they're going to
even
make you wait
redone
5
that.
hours.
I remember a long time ago, I owed the hospital money and they told me they weren't going to see me until I gave them some money. And I went,
That's
what?
how life is about it. So when people say we live in a free country, we're like, no, everything costs.
Yep.
Oh, yeah.
It's such a bold-faced lie. If you want to go out there and spew racial spewings on the corner, it's going to cost you. If you want to live a life to your liking and not society's, it's going to cost you. You know, one way or another, emotionally, mentally, socially, this life costs us.
Oh, yes.
At least communism, they just say it right out. We want you to live our way and only our way. You know what I'm saying? They're right out the gate with that philosophy, where ours is this insidious, you know, thought process hiding behind the statement of freedom.
You were alone in the ER. That sucks.
Yeah, that's bullshit.
When I had the first time I ever hurt my back, I was 18 and a half, and I was working for a fast food place. And I had lifted a stainless steel piece that they found to weigh almost 50 pounds. Because at the time, it was part of the fry bin. And at the time, everything was bigger. You know, now everything's more compact. And I picked this thing up just like I did for the year or whatever before that. And I picked it up and I turned and I bulged out 2 discs and it made my pelvis shift from like this to like this.
Oh, shit.
And I dropped the piece and I dropped to the ground and I said, I need to go to the hospital now. She goes, well, you're not done working. And I said, excuse me? She said, well, why don't you go clean the dining room area instead? I took a break and then I cleaned the dining room area as best as I could. And then I went home and then I went to the emergency room and they did blood work first. And I'm like, God, what's going on? You know, and she comes back and she says, well, we can't even do x-rays on you, you know, and I'm like, why not? She says, well, you're pregnant. I said, oh shit, really? I'm like, wow, okay. All right, well, do what you need to do, you know. She says, no, we can't even treat you. I said, why? She says, because we don't know what you're going to do. And we couldn't put you on the spot to make a choice. And I said, make a choice of what? I said, well, I'm keeping it. What else? What other answer do you want from me? And she goes, well, we definitely can't do anything for you now. And I'm like, all right. So I went out, and 6 months after, um, 6 months after I had my daughter, I had my first MRI, and it showed the damage. But on top of that, the hospital that gave me my C-section, because my pelvis had shifted so badly, one side couldn't shift and move for the birth canal. But anyways, they found a closing needle, a hook type needle in my C-section area, where the hospital had left what they called a closing needle in my belly. So let me tell you, I was just astonished. He goes, are you wearing anything? I lifted up my sweats. I said, no, there's no metal, no nothing. He was like, you got to see this. So we finished the whole MRI, and then he showed me, and I went, oh, wow. I contacted the hospital, and a week later they did surgery again to remove the needle. And I had my own private room, big old room. I had all these nice male nurses. Oh, they were sugarcoating it big time so I wouldn't sue the shit out of them. And I shoulda. Just to stick it to them. But I
Talk
did.
about kissing your ass. Jesus.
Oh, man, let me tell you, them boy nurses, it was some good looking nurses. And, you know, they were very kind, very loving, you know, very sweet, very helpful, you know. Oh, yeah. I got the best of the best, you know, just so I wouldn't sue them. And I thought to myself, well, I'm not a sue happy person.
Yeah, I'm not either.
You know, I'm not a sue happy
Mhm.
person, you know, but Mary Jane next door might have been, you know.
Mhm.
So
Mhm.
it's just crazy how things go. But yeah, with the whole thing about, you know, hey, what are you going to do? About
Right.
what? You know, about what?
You
You're
know, I
pregnant.
think it's the way of the system.
Duh.
I think even suing is a way of the system because my first surgery happened when I was 10. I had mononucleosis, but it swelled my glands up so bad that the doctor went into biopsy instead of doing all the blood testing first.
Oh.
Yeah. So apparently in the state of New York, when a doctor makes a mistake, like he told my mother to not cover the drainage wound, like to leave it open. And the stitches popped open in the middle of the night, and I had to go back to the hospital to get it restitched and everything. So I was told at like 18 by a nurse, you know, you could sue for that. It's from the neck up, and since it has to do with the way you look, the chances are you'll probably win. And of course, for a second, because I didn't know any better, I thought about it. Um, but like I said, I'm not that kind of person, you know, so I didn't do anything. But through the years, there have been times where it's almost like the suing option was shoved in my face. You know what
Yeah.
I'm saying?
Yeah.
You think
Yeah.
that's good? I went to work one time with a broken hand, and they made me work for 10 hours with a broken hand. And I went to a lawyer and said, you know, how can this be right or whatever? And the lawyer told me, oh, well, the only thing I could do for you is get your job back. And I'm like, yeah, that's just where I want to do. Go back to the same place that made me work with my hand fractured 8 different places for 10 hours with the traumatic tools, going
Mm-hmm.
all day long. I said,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, that's what I want to do.
Yeah.
Well, we have to remind ourselves that regardless of what we hear with our ears, that this system is, I hate using the word rigged because it kind of leaves you open to be attacked by those who don't agree. But this system is created, I guess is a better word, to be more suitable to a certain subset of people.
Yeah.
And all the other people that we see surrounding us, no matter what their title is, if it's a bigwig thing in the system, those of us who would rather not participate should be wary of those type of people. Lawyers, doctors, you know what I'm saying? Insurance people.
We didn't tell Cody to subscribe to me. I'm sure he probably didn't.
Oh, yeah, I meant to tell Cody that, but I didn't. I mean, it was a split second when I thought hit the bell.
Yeah.
But we're talking about his son when his son was on.
I had my one of my youngest kids on here yesterday for a little while. I got a boy-girl twin, and it was the boy. He said he just turned 30, or gonna be 30.
Wow.
Yeah.
And those are your youngest, right, Larry?
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah, so she's only 19 years older than my youngest.
Well, yeah. Well, see, my oldest is 19 as well. So.
Your oldest is over 19.
Oh, I mean, my oldest is 30. I'm sorry, and my youngest is 24. My son is 24. My daughter's 30.
My oldest is 30 to be 31, and my youngest will be 18 this year.
Where's your oldest live?
She has her own homestead near me. So she was in Michigan dating her husband when I went to Louisiana for a year. So when I had the opportunity to buy the property, I invited her out if she wanted to come because I told all my kids I'm going to make it to Colorado one day, right? So when I finally did, I invited her out. Of course, we're both headstrong, so she wound up finding her own homestead and running her own homestead now.
That's cool though.
Nice.
And how long
I
has she been
thank God.
on that? How long has she had that?
2 years, closing in on 2 years.
Right on. And she's where again?
About, I mean, she's within the same living area, but it's really spread out. So she's like 15, 16 miles from me.
Oh, that ain't too bad at all.
How many acres do you have?
Does she
I
have?
have 40 and she has 80.
Holy
Wow. That would be amazing.
She has a beautiful piece.
The biggest chunk of land we've been on is 60 acres.
Yeah.
Wow.
And that, I loved it. I loved being out and away from everyone and everything and prying eyes and listening ears. You know.
Well, and for my special needs son, when we were choosing the land, really is when there was a lot of officer issues with the special needs people. So that was first and foremost in our mind is let's get our son onto a piece of land where he can grow and be comfortable and not worry about that influence. Because when they say herd mentality, remember when they kept saying that, like through the coronavirus stuff? Okay, for me, when they said that, the one thing that came to mind was police officers have a herd mentality.
They do. They do.
No, thank you. I'm going to say I'm signing out on that one.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Pampering you. I know I should have sued, but I wasn't raised you know, to take easy money.
Right.
I wasn't raised that way. Not at all. You
Well, it's
know.
kind of
So
like
I kind of live with I kind of live with an anxiety about both my parents are still alive, and I live thousands of miles away from them for a reason, not just for a dream, but the mileage between them and I really gives me comfort in life, and I don't want anything coming my way back east, regardless if it's money or, you know what I'm saying, like. Leaving that behind means cutting all the cords, and I've done cut mine on my side.
Yeah.
Because that's how I see it, as dirty money. You know, I don't want nothing from them. Their opportunity to do different has come and gone.
that's kind of like, you know, I never really knew my real dad, and every time I would see him, and it'd be quite a few years in between, something always bad happened. And basically, what broke the straw that broke the camel's back is when he stole uh, my mom's stuff that went after she passed away, and a bunch of my stuff. They stole it, and then told me they threw it away. And then later years said, oh, when after his wife passed away, that it was all her doing. You know, she was the sole person that took all this stuff, and it was her fault, and this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, oh, so you're blaming a dead person for your responsibility, basically.
Yeah, because you
Mm-hmm.
can't yell. You
And
can't do anything
and
against
so
them.
anyway, you know, we didn't talk again. And then, well, about 8 months ago, my half brother met calls me up and says, "Hey, Dad needs somewhere to live." And I'm like, at first, I'm like, I don't know if I want to do that. And I says, okay, I'll tell you what. I says, if he can apologize for all that bullshit, you know, I says, I don't want him to apologize for everything he's done. Just apologize for the one thing when he took my mom's stuff and my stuff, you know, take responsibility. And he wouldn't do it. He basically thinks he did no wrong. So
Mm-hmm.
I just said, I can't have a relationship with you if that's the attitude you're gonna have, you know?
Yeah, I was in literal shock. He just asked for an apology for just one thing. Or damn, any apology probably would have floated. And I
Right.
just couldn't believe what I was hearing. He was just like, he just continued on.
Well, I
absolutely not would not do it. And I
I
was like, no fucking way.
and I
You
knew it
know?
when I presented that to Joel, that this is what I'd like to happen, and he said fuck you, basically.
Yeah. I think I
Yeah, I
half
wouldn't even
expected
want
him
that
to
from
do
them.
that.
If mine called and said I have an apology for you, I don't. I think I'd still hang up. Like, I'm over. I don't need closure in that
Oh,
sense. But don't ask anything
it's gonna
from me.
be
You know.
86, 7/24/36.
No. Okay. His dad is 84
6.
or 86. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. And even in his desperate situation, you know, and Larry offering help for just one little apology, the man still couldn't muster one up. And I was just like, holy shit. I half expected it, you know,
Right. At least
thinking
left the
the
door
man's in
open for
dire
hope,
need.
right?
He was in dire need of help. And I thought, all right, he'll suck it up and do it. Hells no, he didn't. And I was just like, wow. I
And my
was,
mother wouldn't either. And I
wow.
don't think neither would my father. So
So
I closed that door of
what
hope.
he ended up doing is hooking up with a girl scammer, and he's getting all of his money taken from him. He makes, like 6 or 8 grand a month from his job from on retirement, and I guess she's just sucking him dry. But he thinks he's all in seventh heaven.
What people will do for something called safety, you know?
Yeah.
And won't do in your case, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I was I thought, man, he's in a desperate situation, you know. I think he'll, give a little suck up for it, just a little bit. Hell no. I was like, wow. All
I
right.
mean, my husband posed it to me like if shit were to hit the fan and they were to find their way to us. And in a human sense, only in we're both humans on the earth type of sense, would I be okay? Here's a meal, here's a corner, pop a squat, and leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? Like he kind of pushed my hand that way. Well, of course, as a human, anyone who comes up to me, I wouldn't let go hungry if those were the circumstances, right? Don't ask me to have fucking tea with them, because that's a
Right.
completely different question. That's a completely different situation in my mind.
Yeah, no, yeah, I get that. I get that completely.
If it were my stepfather, yes, that man has just been awesome to me and my kids ever since we met him. I don't know how he makes it work. I really don't know how he makes it work, but God love his soul, he's making it work.
That's kind of like the same thing, we got going down here because we always got homeless about a half mile away sitting on this piece of concrete. And I'll go down there, like take them a cup of soup or something every now and then. I've told them over and over, I'm here to, help you guys as much as I can. It might not be all of you and it won't be all the time, but I'll, time to time help you out. But you guys need to stay the fuck down here. Don't come to my fucking house.
Yeah.
Right.
And half of them don't listen. They come here, oh, I need some food, I need to shower, I need some clothes, I need some money. I'm just like,
nope.
You need to get the fuck out of here.
Right,
I'm
right.
like, if you show up again, I'm like, you're gonna be sitting your own throat because I ain't gonna give you no more soup. If you can't listen, why should I?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is we don't live in that. I mean, I don't even know if it ever existed, but they sure sold a part of our history as being this leave it to beaver scenario.
Yeah.
You know
Oh
what
yeah.
I'm saying? And we are so far from that truth that when people do wake up to it, it hurts. Like it really hurts them to really understand that, oh shit, I've been in the ghetto the whole time. This ain't no leave it to beaver, right?
Right?
Well, that's the
So
problem.
This is our type of leave it to beaver.
That's the problem too. Is they try to make it look like, oh, you meet this one person and you get married, you have kids, and you got the
great
job, and everything's
jobs and-
happily ever after. They don't show you the true side that it's a work in progress every day. That if you really want to be with this person, that you're going to learn how to compromise. You're going to learn how to work together. There's going to be some days when you got to give them 110%. There's other days they're going to have to give you 110%. And it all equals out in the end. But they try to make it just look like, oh, well, you just find one person and everything, will fall together from there. And then when it doesn't, that's why we have all these broken relationships, is because they were told a fairy tale that didn't come true and can't figure out why it didn't work.
absolutely. Absolutely. Do you know what? I am a tall woman. I've been pretty thin most of my life. And coming out of my parents' houses, I I I guess I never saw what I look like. Like through the teenage years, we all like sit in front of mirrors, right? And notice who we are and fix ourselves up. But I never went through that. So there'd be times like I was 14 in '84. Your parents could give you money to run across the street to get a pack of cigarettes. So I'm standing in the median where there's a grass separating one direction from the other. I'm just waiting for traffic to pass. I'm months after leaving my father's house. I'm still with my mother, so I'm still in my own chaotic mess. And as I'm standing there waiting for traffic to pass so I could cross, to my left, I hear a crash. And apparently a guy was going past me in the Jeep and was staring too long and crashed into a parked car. And then I would get like way more attention from guys than I ever wanted. So, and I could never figure it out because I didn't wear makeup. I wore sweatpants. You know what I'm saying? I wore long dresses if I weren't wearing sweatpants to not draw attention. So I could have wrapped my mind around why this was happening. Cat calls and people crashing into parked cars. What the hell? I ain't that good looking. Years and years later, I heard on a news broadcast, hey, if Barbie's dimensions were put, if we adapt, if we use her dimensions in a human body, these are what the dimensions are going to be. Yo, it was my dimensions exactly. And I'm like, oh my God. Oh my God. The men were conditioned right along with the girls with the Barbie doll to anticipate what a woman's body should look like, right? Because there was never any obese Barbies. There was never any super skinny Barbies or short Barbies or anything.
Nope.
And I realized I stopped holding it against men because I understood in the moment that, holy crap, the conditioning is so deep for men just as well as it is for women that they don't even know they're doing that.
Right. Yeah. It's
sick realization.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird.
What?
I got a Wi-Fi signal all of a sudden.
It's not mine. I'm too far away.
I've never seen this before. All of a sudden, a Wi-Fi signal popped. Can you see it on our screen? It's right by the.
It's up at the top where it says live.
No, I don't see nothing.
Huh.
What the fuck?
Yeah, it was weird. It just popped up.
But I just got done turning my Wi-Fi on, though, on my phone. I call it waking up my phone.
And what's really even weird is it shows my signal's like really weak, but my Wi-Fi is right next to everything, so it doesn't make sense.
I have full thing on mine. Let's see. Let's turn mine off. All right, I turned mine off, and it's still there. What the hell?
I wonder if I can click on it.
Oh.
Is there a name to it? See what the
unstable. If you're on Wi-Fi, try plugging in to your router or moving closer.
But you're right on top of it, so that wouldn't help.
He has internet access, and it's a direct connection to his TV.
To the computer.
Oh, now it's gone.
Yeah, now it's gone.
What the hell?
Whoa, that's creepy.
Turn mine on now again.
Was anybody going by your house or something?
No.
No, actually.
Last night we've been taking the dogs outside for their last potty break around 7 o'clock, and we took them down the one road where we always take them, and they didn't do their thing, so we took them up the street where all the problems are, and I was walking up the street, didn't look at her, and I didn't know that Zeus stopped to do his duty, and I looked back and I seen, so I sat there and I waited, and she started to come towards me, and so Buster wanted to go, so we went, a little bit further, and then I went to stop again, and I turned around, and I couldn't see her. All I saw was a swarm of people walking up the street, and I thought, oh, shit, she's surrounded by all these fucking tweakers, so I got to start getting nervous. I'm like, I couldn't see her, and then finally I could see her, and Zeus, I'm like, okay, watching them, if all these people are going to head over towards her or whatever.
It was weird. There was a lot of traffic last night.
Yeah, just all of a sudden there was shit like 4 or 5 cars and 10 people just all going to the same place.
In different intervals. Oh, there's the Wi-Fi signal. What the fuck? That's interesting.
Mine's on all the time, so that doesn't make any sense.
That's weird that says that we have basically a questionable internet signal.
No, I have no Wi-Fi now on mine. That's weird.
When's the last time you changed your passwords on your stuff?
Oh,
Not that long ago, because he just got the internet thing not that long ago. Backing up one video. Syncing mail. Maybe it's draining from here, but it doesn't seem like it's choppy or...
It was choppy for a second, and right now you're frozen. Oh, there you are. So it is a little bit choppy. Maybe the backing up video one, is that Amazon Prime or something?
No, it's through my Google Photos. I'm swaying so you could tell that if we're frozen or not. Because he looks like he's frozen.
Right. It only like how our voicey would get choppy once in a while. That's what it's doing. I bet you it's that backing up the video that's doing it. Because if I try to do this and download at the same time, it doesn't work.
Well, we're not doing anything but this.
Well, no. See, look, mine is backing up a video and syncing my mail.
Yeah, but
it's done that before, but never.
Signal.
My computer's direct connection. It's not Wi-Fi at all.
Yeah.
Oh, so that should take precedence over the Wi-Fi.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Because it's from the wall to the computer to the TV.
No, it goes right from my modem to my computer with a Ethernet cord.
Yeah, it's a direct connection, so it doesn't make sense.
The only thing that's on Wi-Fi is the TV and my security cameras and stuff like that.
I would definitely change passwords to your stuff.
Yeah.
Remember when I got the bug from Facebook? How I stopped it was going in and changing my password, disabling all devices, and that stopped the bug in its track. You know, that Facebook message, that was a bug.
Right. Yeah. Huh.
So I changed my passwords.
Facebook seems really bad about that password stealing shit.
Yeah, well, they got, I mean, think about it. It's a crappy company to begin with. I'm sure they got hackers that work on all the time.
Yeah, and they own company, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, they do that. They do that so that way it's like, oh, a professional hacker, we're going to pay them to hack into our system so we know how to block it or how to do this or how to do that with it,
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I just change passwords when that happens.
Yeah. Oh.
Yeah, we're going to leave in like 45 minutes.
You can kiss my ass.
Right
Sorry,
now?
did I say that out loud?
Right now? Right this very second?
Shit.
In front of God and everybody?
In front of the good Lord and everybody.
Because if I'm going to kiss it...
Mary, tell your son to look away.
If I'm going to kiss it, it's going to be bigger.
That's why I said you better tell your kids to cover their eyes, because if he's going to kiss my ass, I'm going to make sure it's worth it and make sure it's bare bottom.
Bare bottom.
Bare bottom. I'll let everybody see my glowing white ass.
So you guys see how sunny it is, right? They were saying snow from Friday to Sunday.
Yeah, it looks like it, huh?
Yeah.
Well,
Boy,
you
they
never
get...
know. You're in an area that's known for trippy weather, so.
Yeah, well, they still don't have to pay their weathermen that much to lie to us.
I know.
We couldn't count on it if we tried. We've tried to do it. We've been able to do it in other freaking places because, the storms are more reliable. But here, anything could change the direction of the storm real quick.
Yeah, in Oklahoma, unless it was like 30 or 40% or more for rain, calling for rain, we didn't listen to it. Because that just meant that it was going to be humid as hell.
Right. And, that's about where we're at, yes.
Yeah, so if it wasn't going to be 30 or 40% more, forget it. It was just going to be a humid ass day. So, right. And then it was like, oh, look, it's 35% rain today. We might get a spit. We might get spit on.
Yeah, we've had We've had days like it's only 7%, so let's do our outside stuff, and then we would get poured on like it was only 7%, you assholes.
Yeah. There was one day I was talking to my sister who lives in Arizona, in outside of Phoenix, and I was talking to her, and she says, "Man, it's awful beautiful there." I was in Virginia. We were stationed in Virginia at the time, and I said, "Oh, well, let me look and see what temperature it is." And I said, "Oh, sis, it's I believe it was 90%, or 90. It was 90 degrees with 100% humidity." And my sister said, "How is it 100% humidity and not raining?" I said, "I'm looking up. Here you go, sis. You can see it's not a single cloud in the sky." And I said, "But it's 100% humidity." I said, "I have no clue," because I hadn't lived there very long.
Look, I rebooted my modem.
You rebooted the modem?
Yeah, the Wi-Fi modem.
Okay.
We got two Wi-Fis. We got one on that one, the black one, and then the other one.
Your daughter's?
No.
Oh, yeah. Huh.
The one, remember the Wi-Fi we were using to begin with before we got the modem?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Holy shit. Okay. We should never lose signal here because he's got two
You
Wi-Fi.
guys almost sound like robots.
Robot,
nope, I am not a robot.
Yeah, it's weird.
Are you sure you're not a robot? Yeah, today I am.
Right.
I don't know. This morning I've been feeling like I'm on fucking auto glide or something because my brain. I woke up pretty groggy this morning. I don't know if it was what do you want to call that? I don't know if it was like meat overload or protein overload or what, but I don't know. It was good.
D all the above.
D all the above, yeah. That was some good shit. That's all I gotta say. The ribs, man. Wow. They were nice and tender. The flavor was very nice. It wasn't too sweet, wasn't too spicy. Came out perfect. I was like, damn, I'm even impressed with myself. Because I couldn't have done that on a good day before now. I told him, I said, I think it's the best ribs I've ever had.
The only thing I can do consistently, like to be almost the same every time, is make salmon candy.
Salmon candy?
Candied salmon. I think it's called candied salmon, maybe.
Candy salmon?
Yeah, so you brine it with sea salt and brown sugar overnight. You rinse it off and then you smoke it for 12 hours.
Oh, salmon?
Yes.
Okay. You need to tell me what subject we're referring to because somebody can say salmon and they could be referring to a color. So, you have to
The
help me
only
out
thing I can make consistently by smoking it and it be the same every time is the salmon.
It's the salmon. Well, my kids used to say that I could cook by fire alarm. And that's
what that means.
Fire alarm?
Fire alarm? Your fire alarm?
Done when the fire alarm goes off?
When you burn food, the fire alarm's off? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. When I was younger, let me tell you what, I could put bread, like garlic bread or something, in the broiler and not walk away and stand there, open it up. No, it needs a little bit more. And I swear, that second time I'd open it up, it was burnt. And I'm like, what the hell? Yeah, I was good at
I've
it.
done that. I've done
I
that.
can say that I used to be able to cook by fire alarm.
That is so funny.
Really bad.
Is Larry eating ice cream again?
Ice
Ooh,
cream cake.
pot. Yummy. I see it.
Which I will be indulging in a moment.
Who said you could have any
Breakfast
of
of
my?
champions right there.
Did you just hear what happened?
What happened?
She said she was going to indulge in this, and I asked her who told her she could have any of my cake, and she said she did. So I just guess she told me.
Okay, look. We were at the store to buy his, to do some grocery shopping and to get this ice cream cake. We're standing there, and I'm like, "Ooh, honey, look, there's that one, and da da da." And I said, "Okay, well, which one you want?" And he goes, "I don't know, whichever one you want." I'm like, "It's your birthday cake." I'm like,
For
"Really?"
real. The one day you get to choose.
Well, no, it's not that he gets to choose. I ask him all the time, and I tell him, I don't ask you something for you to turn it around on me and say whatever you want.
That's what I always tell her. Whatever you want to do.
I don't care, whatever. Da, 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 I'm fine. Da, da, or I'll ask him, "Are you done? Eating?" He'll go, "No." He won't say no. He'll go, "I'm fine." I'm like, "What the fuck does that mean? You're fine. Does that mean you're done? Does that mean you're not done? What does that mean? I want
Right,
answers.
right.
I don't ask you a question to be given my brain a whole nother question. No. I'm like, "Really? It's your cake. Which one do you want?"
Right. Who's that sign?
It's so funny. And he leaves subjects out too all the time. He'll just start talking about something, and somewhere along the line, like when you were talking about the candied salmon, until you said that you were smoking it,
Mm-hmm.
like cooking, smoking, I was like, "Oh, you mean the salmon?" Because you just started in on how to cook it, and I'm like, "What?" I'm like, I hold on, help me out here.
Take a left somewhere.
Yeah.
It's okay, Blondie.
It's not a matter of being blonde. It's a matter of including your subject matter. Shush up, poo.
Yeah, you were talking about how good your ribs were, and there's sometimes I screw things up so that the fire alarm goes off too. So the only thing that I've cooked each time it was good was the salmon because it was outside too. I was smoking it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd like to be more consistent in my cooking.
Oh yeah. Trust me, my kids, if it was some sort of bread, I after a while started going, "You know what? Somebody else make it." You think I
Yeah.
can't broil something? Fine. I could broil meat, I could broil whatever. But when it came to a bread type item, oh yeah. I was consistent, all right.
Excuse me.
No excuse.
I think it was maybe 6 months ago or something. I was cooking I was hitting rolls, and my son was asleep, and I just made a few rolls for myself. Well, they they were slightly overcooked. They weren't burnt or nothing, just well cooked. And when I opened up the oven, the plume of smoke came out and set off the fire alarm. And my son comes out, and of course he's tall enough to hit the button. I have to grab a broom, and our fire alarm is way down the hall, down by the bedrooms, and then there's one in each bedroom, which is really far away from the kitchen. Anyway, he comes out and he says, "What the fuck?" And he hits the button. He goes, "What are you cooking?" I said, "I was toasting some rolls in the oven." And he goes, "Fucking figures." And goes back to his room. I'm like, and I'm thinking, hey, it's been a long time since I burnt anything. And he was mad
That's
at me
funny.
because I woke him up. But I'm like, what? It's been a long time since I burnt something. Leave me alone. It has. It's been a long time since I have burnt something. I'm proud of myself for that.
It's funny.
Hey, there's something to be proud of. That's it. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I hear that. I'd rather it burnt than undercooked.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well, it depends on what it is because you know, with bread like toast, but
I mean, yeah, there's such a thing as too burnt, but I've had people try to serve me like rare pork and shit.
yeah, yeah.
I don't dig that at all. I just really don't care for raw anything. I'll never eat sushi. You know what I'm saying?
Oh God, no, that shit's gross.
Yeah.
I'm like, you're eating raw fish, and they're telling you about salmonella in the next sentence, and you're like, huh? No, I don't
Let
want
me
that.
eat some more of that raw fish.
My daughter, she loves sushi, but she got food poisoning once from the store sushi she bought, and I said, well, you were just rolling the dice because you're eating raw fish, Carol Lee.
Right? Yeah.
She never did it again. She would go to this one place in the next town over and get her sushi from there, from this restaurant. I tried one bite, just one bite. I figured, well, hopefully one bite won't kill me, which it could have, but I did try it and I said, damn, this is really good. She goes, now this is what it's supposed to taste like. And I said, okay, and I give no fucks. I ain't gonna eat that shit.
Right?
Raw fish, no. You know, first
No
time I had
thanks.
smoked fish, it was from Costco, and it was applewood smoked. I
That's
ate
how I do
so
it.
much fish, I was bloated, and I'm not a fish eater. I'm just not. I was never raised much of a fish eater. My dad doesn't really like fish. My mom couldn't care less, you know. But
Right.
so I didn't really grow up a fish eater, and unless it was shrimp, you know. But other than that, it was, and that's how I am to this day. I'll eat shrimp. Oh man, give me a big old bag of shrimp. Oh yeah, I'll eat it. But you know, I'm just not a usual. Who doesn't like fish sticks? You know, I make my own
My
tartar
kids hated
sauce.
fish sticks. I could not make them eat fish sticks.
Huh?
Don't want it, Mom.
My kids hated fish sticks. Like they love fish, they love salmon, but boy, they would not eat fish sticks as a kid.
Because it was fine. It was either because they didn't like the breading, or because it was processed.
Probably because it was processed.
Right. My kids
Like
liked
that commercial
steak
says, you
butt.
ever catch a minced fish?
A minced fish? I know. What's minced fish? What is white fish? What is, is it different than pink fish? I mean, what is it?
Minced fish means that it was put through a grinder, like much like
Yeah, I know.
beef is okay.
I know, but what I was saying was I didn't say this, but when my children were little, like you were talking, with your kids being little and fish sticks, my kids would look at me and go, "What's minced fish? What kind of fish is that? What does it look like? What does white fish mean? Is there a brown fish, a pink fish, a purple fish? One fish, two fish, three fish, four. Dr. Seuss, there you go. You know?
Right.
And
Mhm.
I'm like, I don't know, let's look it up.
That's funny.
I
I
like
did a
doing
lot of
that.
fishing through my life.
Me and Larry will come across something and we'll go, well, what's that mean? It's like, well, I think I know what that means, but let's look it up anyway because I could be wrong or there could be 12 different definitions now.
Right.
So, you know, I look up things almost every day. I'll look something up. You know, just to keep me going.
Yes.
My grandmother always said, who was a fellow Gemini. Anyway, she always said, the day you quit learning, the day you quit learning is the day you die. And she said,
right.
the day you die is the day you quit learning, because they're two different things.
Right.
Eat and you eat to live. Honey, Larry, this is right here. Oh, pay attention to your patrons.
So damp that the transformer starts arcing on the inside.
I'm not gonna have that noise.
I believe that is what killed this, because after letting that same transformer sit for about a month, it now works again. And I can use it whenever I want, which is fine, obviously, but I cannot use it outside anywhere. I won't put it into any more humidity than about 60%. I'm not going to even chance it. But, yeah, and the funny thing is I was using a power jack inverter before.
What are you watching, Larry?
I just saw it. Oh, it's a crappy power.
Oh, I'm sorry about this guy and this inverter. I watched this one guy that he started his own inverter company, and everything I've seen of they've turned out to look to be pretty good inverters. He used to, the guy that made this business, he worked for Power Jack. He did all the repairs on all the Power Jack inverters.
Mm-hmm.
And then he started to upgrade the Power Jack converters, but kept getting into certain problems. And then he put on the interweb that he needed help designing something for his fans to be able to control his fans. And so he got a hold of this one guy, his name's Sid. And this Sid guy's really good at electronics. He knows programming. He knows electronic circuitry. He's just a really smart guy. And I feel if it wasn't for him, his business wouldn't be where it is today. He, one nice thing about the inverters is they can operate on, depending on how many watts you want, but 12, 24, 36, or 48 volts. You just have to tell them what voltage you're gonna, run the inverter at. Right now they make a 6,000 watt inverter and a 12,000 watt inverter, and the 6,000 watt, I think, like $1,500 or something. And he, one nice thing about his inverters, when it says 6,000 watts, it's guaranteed to do the 6,000 watts. Most of these other inverters, when they say 6,000 watts, they only can really do 3. That's your peak, is a 6.
That sounds cool. I have a 3,000 watt inverter right now.
Yeah. I'm not sure. I got one when I bought the trailer, had an inverter and a couple solar panels and stuff. The inverter I have is a multi-voltage inverter too, and the multi-voltage inverters are not that uncommon. What's kind of cool about the one I have, it's an older inverter, but it's got these things that's called dip switches, and you switch the switches in different positions, and that tells the inverter that now I want to run it at 24 volts or 36 volts. I think maybe 42 is the highest that one can go. I know it can go up to 36 for sure, but like I said before, the higher the voltage you run, like 48 volt, you end up spending less money in wire and stuff than you would with 12 volt.
My signal went to poop.
Mine did? Or yours did?
No, mine did.
Oh.
I had to get off the Wi-Fi because it was really interrupting stuff.
Yeah, we don't. Since I rebooted the one Wi-Fi, I don't have that Wi-Fi signal up there anymore. That's the first time I've ever
Cool.
seen it. That was kind of weird.
Yeah, when stuff pops up on my like when I turn my Wi-Fi on to get on the other signal, and other ones pop up, it weirds me out because there's no one within a half a mile of me. So how is anything popping up?
Yeah. Well, I think like right now, my grandkids are using my Wi-Fi because I guess mom didn't pay their internet bill or whatever. I says, well, if you can get it over there, you're more than welcome to use it. And you're like, oh yeah, you got a really good signal. I'm like, cool, go ahead. I don't care. You know, I don't get charged for the usage or whatever. So
Right. Well, my kids are using the other Wi-Fi, so I think when I'm streaming, it really interferes. They all interfere with each other, their own watching, you know.
yeah, yeah, streaming's definitely a resource hog.
It sure is.
That's why I was kind of looking on some different things this morning on like what'd be the best settings for me to use with the graphics card and stuff that I have. But all I found really was how to use different settings in different programs.
Right.
It's really weird though. I found it's like earlier I says well, what's the messenger for YouTube and StreamYard, and the only thing it would pick up was the YouTube and StreamYard, the big, names or whatever. So all my search stuff came up with that. But if you just word shit a little differently, you'll get a whole different criteria of search stuff.
Right, right. And I would be able to do that better on a laptop because my problem comes in is when I bend my neck to look at my phone too much. It starts pinching a nerve that, shoot, took me 3 days this last time to get that nerve back to normal.
Yeah.
Can you mute that, please?
We're going to be on the side for a sec.
I
Yeah, you came right up that time again. It took a little while, but it worked.
I
Okay.
think there
It's got
might
to be
be.
like the StreamYard.
Well, I live 2 acres from a military base, and there's always something flying over me, and sometimes that's what interrupts my signal.
Yep. So I'm gonna give you. I'm only playing. Please understand this. 100%ly. I just gave Larry shit. Okay. I said so. Honey, can you move this over, please?
No.
I said so. Every morning you get on here and you talk to this woman for 4, 5, 6 hours. And I said, and you can't get on the phone with me for 10 minutes and hold a conversation. And he looks at me and he goes, well, it's not that I can't. I'm like, baby, I'm joking. I'm like, I'm only teasing. He goes, well, I did the first day we talked. And I'm like, you mean 4 years ago?
Stop that.
Oh my God. I was sitting there thinking, God, I hope neither one of them take it seriously because I'm just not that way. You know what I mean?
Right. I'm
And
not a jealous person. Like, yeah, I totally hear you. But I tease, right?
oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah,
But
I do that to my
I
husband all the time.
wanted,
Yeah.
to give him shit. But when he was making his channel, I
I don't.
told
When did
him I was
Larry make a change? I never did look at that. How? When did Larry make
a
a
month
this channel?
ago, about 2 months ago, a couple months ago.
Really?
Not that long ago.
I've had YouTube for over 10 years,
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
didn't start streaming until a couple months ago.
Yeah.
Oh, got you. Okay.
Anyway, when he was doing it, and he was from that other channel,
I know
that
what
was
you're
actually
talking about.
encouraging everyone to get their own channels, right? So he did.
Yeah.
And I was encouraging him because he and I go without each other physically. And we text each other
Mhm.
all day, every day. Not all day, but we text each other. And oops, whoops. He just stepped on the cat. Anyway, so and he they made amends. Anyway, so you're freezing up. There you go.
Again?
Yeah, you're all right. Anyway, so I encouraged him because this helps fill that void. And I will not say it to you specifically because he talks to Nubs and Patriot and whatnot, but you are a part of that. And I think a lot of women might find that, oh, she's gone. Damn it. Ah. Where you at, woman? There you are. Anyway, like I was trying to say, I think a lot of women would find it odd that I don't have a problem with another woman talking to my man,
Right.
whatever
Right.
else. I don't have a problem with it because I am secure in me. I am secure in him. I am secure in us.
Right.
And I don't have a problem with it because it helps fill that void with whoever he is talking with, whether it's
Human
male or
connection.
female, period.
Human connection, basically, because I
Yes.
didn't have any human connection for quite a while.
Well, figure what else human connection is around here,
Well, this is before here.
That's my issue too. Living in the country, like the first few years, you get used to being by yourself and not having your thoughts interrupted. But then after a while, you're like, I want to share these thoughts. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I tried to befriend people who wound up having ulterior motives. So had to not befriend them, right? And choose to be by myself.
Yeah.
Till I
Yeah.
found people doing lives, then that was pretty cool. In the chat, I was satisfied with being in chat for a long time. Just
yeah.
chatting with people, right?
It was still communication, which is fine. And so I encourage this because I don't care if there's a subject matter or not. I encourage the communication, the interaction, because here it's safe, and I know out there, I've had to run them off. You know what I mean? And when
Yes, I
Larry,
do.
when he first moved here, he had a hard time because he was like, well, you have to go, for 4 or 5 days, Whereas where he lived before and before that, he was within 10 minutes of me.
Right.
Cascadia was the big property was 20 minutes from my house, but still it was right there. So when he got out here, it was a whole nother story. Yes, he has his daughter in the trailer behind him and his family, but honestly, they kind of they don't hang out really.
Right. Right. Right.
You know,
Right.
some of his grandkids will come and sit down and smoke out with him or whatever, and help him with a project, or they'll come to him and say, "Hey, Grandpa, can you help me?" or whatever. But that in between time, and when
Right.
he was living in the last place on the big property, I know you were at Scott's. Yeah, he was in the place before that. I encouraged him. I said, "Call your family. You don't live that far away from each other. Call them, talk to them, get reconnected with them."
Right.
I encouraged him to reconnect with his family. And because
Oh, check this out.
it's important.
Yesterday, my daughter comes over and she goes, hands me this piece of paper. She goes, "I want you to look at it." She goes, it looks to me like they're trying to take my car away because some lady just broadsided her like last week. And the car's been in this tow yard for 3 days, and they're already saying that she owes $1,900 in fees.
$1,900. Come on, that's not even logical.
It's already on the auction list.
Yeah.
What the
And
actual?
I told her, I said, "You call your lawyer."
No, her surgeon, insurance agency.
Yeah, well, not the lawyer, but his like her insurance person. I said, "You call them, you let them know, and they will handle it from there."
Yes.
And
Yes.
she said, "I did call and leave a message." And I said, "Good." I said, "There you go. Your job is done."
The thing that gets me is they can't even start the procedures of a car going to auction until 29 days.
Right.
It's only been in
I
there
see
like
they
3 or 4
can't even
days.
think about that until the investigation is over. The investigation has to be over before they do anything else.
Oh, they have.
Oh, they've already. They're
100% her fault.
Yeah,
the other person.
The other insurance company that the lady that hit him said it was her fault, 100% their fault. But now the lady's trying to say she was never in an accident and all this other shit, but yet there's a police report. So, but like I said, it just seems kind of weird how they can say they're auctioning this car off in like 3 fucking days.
But the thing
that can't be possible, man. I mean, that's
Well, what it
evidence in an ongoing situation. They cannot put that on the auction block.
I told her, I said, "What's going on is," I said, like, I was born and raised in California, and I've kept up on some of those laws because my mom is she'll find a concrete cinder block in the freeway when everybody else can avoid it. Somehow or another, that woman can find it. Anyway, so I've kept up on the laws in California, and she's 20 years old, the girl that hit his daughter. In California, you can't even get your license anymore until you're 18. Hey, it used to be 16, and now it's 18. And if you get in an accident before the age of 21, they take your license until you're 21. Period. And for a minimum of 6 months or a year, something like that. This girl is from California. And I don't know exactly what Oregon law is on all that. I know you can get your license, I think, at 16 here still or something. Anyway, This girl is probably scared to death that she's either one, going to lose her license, two, the points that are going to go on her license. Because if you get so many points, that you lose your license for a minimum of a year, and da da da. And like California has that 3 strikes law. You know, if you're convicted of of the same thing 3 times, you go to jail minimum of a year or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So she's probably scared to death of all that. And that's probably why she's retracting. But you can't retract a police report that you gave,
or accident report. Yeah.
or an accident report. You can't retract that shit.
And the reporting to your insurance company.
We and Vince got into an accident in Louisiana. Me and Vince got into an accident in Louisiana. We were pulling out of a Family Dollar to the right into 2 lanes. And that means on the other side, there were 2 lanes coming at us, right?
Correct.
Well, we're in a big truck, Chevy Silverado. And the curbs in Louisiana, you know, when you go to an entrance into a store, the curb goes down, right? And then goes back up. That's the entrance.
Yeah.
The entrance was that high up.
Whoa.
Right.
Somebody
It's
fucked up.
and all over. I guess it's the way they do things there. Maybe water movement. I don't know. But when you're in a truck.
It is. It's for the so the water doesn't go up onto the property.
Okay,
It's like a more natural
well, we had never lived anywhere like that. So we were Christmas shopping. Right. We were Christmas shopping and we had drinks with straws in the center console. So when we hit the dip, one of the drinks fell down, but beneath his feet. So I went to go get the drink. But in essence, he kind of just lifted his arm. So it was almost like he was going into the outside of the 2 lanes, you know, that we had a right to be in. But a car coming the other way that was still more than a block away, instead of going to his right, if he was scared of us, he came into our lane and hit us head on. And Vince was already on the brakes. Like when we hit, we were already stopped. Like they never hit the brakes. You know what I'm saying? And they hit us like if this was our, let me try and block it. If this was the front of our truck, their car come in at an angle like that.
Oh, wow. Holy shit.
So the angle was the passenger side of their vehicle hit the front of my vehicle. So the police came, the whole 9 yards. He ticketed both of them, which I already knew in my mind was wrong. They crossed a double yellow line completely. Their whole vehicle was in our lane. We were at a stop position, and Vince just paid it because I'm the fighter. He's like, ticket, is that all? Okay, I'm gonna pay it. And I'm like, that's wrong. You know what I'm saying? But I can't. I'm not going to make him do it as per my opinion. He's just going to do his own thing. Well, we get to Louisiana, right? We get to Colorado. This is probably 6 or 7 months later, and we're just barely getting comfortable here. Like we had all that monsoon rain, so we were like scared to death, always going up and down the hill of somewhere new. We're just getting comfortable. We're kind of battling each other because we're all in culture shock, you know? So we were having a moment of disagreement when I got the call from the insurance company in Louisiana. And they're like, do you and Mr. Perez have any other insurance? And I'm like, excuse me? Because we had insurance at the time. Well, if you had any other insurance when you had the accident, that would be a part of this case. And that didn't make sense to me because an insurance on a different vehicle is only for that different vehicle. It has nothing to do with the insurance on this truck, which was by itself.
Right.
So she's like, well, if you had Mr. Peralez's number, I could discuss it with him. And I'm like, I'm pretty mad at him right now, but until you prove to me,
I love that.
I said, until you prove to me how the driver that you're telling me is the driver, which was the woman, broke her right leg while she was in the driver's seat. I'm not giving you anything because the only way to break the leg that way was to be in the damn passenger seat, which is the area that hit my truck. Well, they were
Right.
trying to claim that she was driving. I was like, no, I helped him pull her from the passenger side out through the driver's side, I think trying to insinuate she was driving. But there's no way she's breaking that leg as the driver. That it wasn't that hard of an impact. Like I said, we were at a dead stop when they hit us.
Yeah.
At like 35 miles an hour, guys. They never even hit the freaking brakes. But here they're trying to sue us while we're in another state for something that is logical. Absolutely. The judge even would want to know, yeah, that's a good question. How did she break her leg from the driver's seat?
Makes no sense.
But they'll leave the opportunity to sue. Why else would they call me in Colorado 7 months later?
Yeah, that makes no sense.
Just
She's
sue
making up
happy.
shit.
Absolutely. And in Louisiana, this is the way the law is written. So there are 4 people in my truck. And the 4 people in my truck, including myself, could have pushed the insurance company somehow that everybody gets money because they were involved in an accident. I don't even get what they were telling me, but the insurance was in my oldest daughter's name. So she was in essence saying, sue my oldest daughter because we were in an accident, even though none of us got hurt.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, incredible what people say. Just incredible.
Yeah. I was in an accident almost, actually 4 years ago, this month. I was in my Durango that I had had for 18 years, 340,000 miles.
Wow.
I'd never been in an accident, knock on wood. And I had just filled up my tank, $50 at the time. That's awesome. Because I had a big old tank, I had just put $50 and filled her up, came out, went 1.5 blocks, and this woman in a Mercedes, an older Mercedes, 4-door sedan, came out from a side street. I'm going this way. She came out from the side street, came out, realized she could not go into the other 2 lanes, go in the other direction, and dead stopped right in front of me. So I T-boned her.
Wow.
I T-boned her at less than 25 miles an hour. It took out the front end of my car because I had the double air conditioners because I had an air conditioner and then I had or radiators, I should say. I had the air conditioner radiator and then I had the car radiator.
Right. I got that too. Yep.
And the fan and everything into the engine block.
Wow.
And so my car was totaled out. And my airbag went off. It put plastic pieces in my eyelid, which I was pulling out for a year. I was plucking these things out for a year. I hurt my neck, whatnot. But to me, the worst damage was my dog, Zeus, my Malamute, you see. He wasn't, he was only like 2. And he had flown from the back of the Durango, and I had turned my head and I had blocked with my arm him. from going through the windshield. And I blocked him, and then he was flown all the way to the back of the Durango because I had all the seats down so he could move around. You know, I didn't even know anything about doggy seat belts, you know, and he had injured his left shoulder. And one of the people that seen the accident was a friend of my son's. And she called my son, and my son from our apartment, which the gas station is just on the other side of my apartment. So he was a block and a half away. He came hauling ass. And I just kept telling him, get Zeus, take care of the baby, get Zeus, you know. And when I first got out of the car after the lady hit me, I said, what the fuck were you thinking? I said, where's my baby? Where's my baby? And, you know, and she said, oh my God, you had a baby in there. And I said, no, my service dog. And she goes, oh. And I'm like, oh, just oh. I'm like, what? So we went to court over the ticket, the ticket. And the judge has to come from 2.5 hours away. I live in a small town. So one day a week, he comes from 2.5 hours away, which is Portland, to our courtroom for one day. And he called me up first. And I said, yes. And I said, as a matter of fact, the gal that I T-boned is right here. And he goes, really? So he calls her up and he says, did you do this? Yes. Did you do that? Yes. Did you do this? Yes. He goes, pay her. He says, get over there and pay her $1,800. And she goes, but he goes, no buts. You just admitted everything. So pay the lady. And he looked at me, and because my ex-husband was supposedly paying for the insurance and yada yada, found out he wasn't. I had a $300 ticket, which gratefully, thankfully, my dad paid for me. Because my dad thought he was paying for it too. We all thought he was, but he wasn't. He was for the first 2 years, and then after that he wasn't. But anyway, yeah, she just pulled out from 19th Street and didn't even look at me, you know, and didn't look at my vehicle or anything, and she just looked at that, you know, the direction of where she wanted to go. And she had already pulled out, not even into a center divide. There was a center divide, but it had come to a round off and a point, probably 50 feet behind me. So she just stopped right there. And as soon as I started seeing her go, I'm like, oh no, you're not. Oh no, you're not. I said, ah, shit. You know, as soon as I knew she was going to dead stop, because I saw the traffic clearly before she did. And I was like, oh, shit, I know what's going to happen. So I hit my brakes, and luckily I didn't. And then when we were waiting to go into court, what bit my ass was, one, she had no care about my service dog. You know, she didn't give a shit that he got hurt. And two, she said, I told her, I said, well, you know, you took my Durango out. It got totaled. And she said, oh, well, you know, you just dented my back, my back driver door and a little bit of that rear side panel. And he says, my husband's a mechanic or some shit like that. And he said, yeah, we just pushed it out. And it's fun. And I'm like, you bitch. You know, you just got to rub that shit in.
Right.
But yeah, she was charged with it, you know, but when I got insurance on my next vehicle, which was a VW wagon, an older VW wagon, they asked me, they said, have you had any accidents? You know, I said, I have a no fault accident. And they said, well, you know, it doesn't matter. And I'm like, wait a minute, it should matter. you know. But
That's exactly what happened with Vince when he was afraid to get insurance after that, because it was in Louisiana. But when he got insurance, it didn't seem to affect it. So they must have gone to court, somehow,
something, yeah.
and because that should have been on the record thing. At least show up if someone runs your license type thing for what, 7 years or something.
3.
Oh, is it
For
3 now?
for an accident. Now for tickets and arrests or whatever, it's 7 years.
This was for
But
reckless driving, and he just paid it. So something must have happened in
he
the
didn't
court
contest
case
it. That's
where
why.
If you get reckless, they automatically suspend your license.
no, not in Louisiana.
Yeah, here. Well, it just boggles me. I'm just like, yeah, I have a no fault accident, and I explain what happened, and they're just like, oh, it doesn't matter. Either way, it
Yeah,
doesn't
I
matter. And
I
I'm like,
I wanted
yes,
to
it
fight that.
does.
I wanted to
I
fight that
did.
reckless driving so bad. Like, if he were so reckless, how is he able to stop my vehicle in time where they hit us, not the other way around? We weren't in
Yeah.
their lane of traffic.
And yes, honey, I know what time it is, and I'm sorry. I'm hungover from not drinking alcohol.
Well, we're gonna probably.
So you
Larry and
guys
I don't
going
drink.
out?
I'm not ready.
I guess I just got
I don't
told.
drink either. Rarely ever do I drink.
Oh, last year for New Year's, not this one, but the one before, we went and we bought some wine coolers and some seltzer beer for him. His grandson drank them all, or grandkids or whatever, drank them all. And I found a White Claw seltzer beer or whatever the fuck it is in the back of his fridge the other day, and I said, honey, does that stuff go bad? I said, because there's one in your fridge, and I said, we might want to give it to Josh or something, or look for a date. I'm like, I have no idea.
That's
If
funny.
when I
Yeah.
used to drink it would, for the last few years, what it's been is my best friend Dot and her husband. And if there's a special occasion, like their birthday or whatever, I'll do a birthday shot. But the
Right.
last time I did one, which was in July for her husband's birthday, his nickname is Animal. My stomach got pissed. It was really upset bad. And I was like, but you got to understand that it was salted caramel whiskey.
What the
Oh,
hell?
oh my
What the
God.
hell? There's some
It's
flavors that should not go
amazing.
together.
It's so good. But it killed my stomach. And I was like, holy shit. And he and I had bought that alcohol for New Year's, and
We never drank.
we never even touched it. And then this year
Yeah,
we're
I've
like,
had
he
that.
asked me, he said, are we going to get any alcohol this year? I said, no, but I think there's one still in there from last year if you want to drink it.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I've never, I mean, I've had my share of trying to do shots and stuff. But it's
Yeah.
never, I've really not ever been successful in either keeping it down or even acquiring a drunk. Like, I've
Exactly.
never been,
You'll
can't.
get
It's
sick
like,
before you get drunk, or you get bloated
oh,
before.
it'll,
And
it'll, it'll make me vomit.
in Oklahoma, they have what they call 3-point beer. You heard of that?
No.
Okay. In Oklahoma, just like here in Oregon, which I never knew, because at your local 7-Eleven, where I grew up, you could go to local 7-Eleven and get a bottle of vodka.
Wow.
Here and in Oklahoma and even in Virginia, you have to go to an actual liquor store if you want anything other than like a seltzer, a beer, or wine. You have to go
That's
to an
how it was
actual
in New
special
York.
store.
Hmm.
Well, in Oklahoma, the bars cannot sell alcohol or beer, excuse me, that's more than 3.2% alcohol. And beer is normally 6%,
Oh,
6 or 7%. So you would get bloated before you would get drunk. So, of course,
right,
I would
right.
have alcohol, regular alcohol, which my favorite at the time was called a redheaded slut. But, it's crazy. I haven't been in Oklahoma in 10 years. 10 years in March. So, it's been a long time.
Wow.
But, I agree with, the whole taking a shot thing, and they would coax me into it. It's like, well, it's Animal's birthday, or 4th of July, or it's this, or it's that. Okay, fine. But after that one
Mhm.
in July, I was just like, ugh, no more. And I know for her birthday, she's going to try and get me to take another shot. And I'm going to have to tell her, nope, not with my stomach.
There have been times I've thought about it and even bought some, but by the time I got home, the feeling passed. And
I have bought alcohol and I wound up giving it to them because one, it got lost in the freezer and I forgot it was even there. And not that long ago, my son turned around and he goes, "Hey mom," granted he's 24, said, "Hey mom, I found these small fireballs, the cinnamon fireball
yeah, yeah.
alcohol." He said, "I found 2 of these in the freezer." I said, or he said, "Did you forget about them?" I said, "Yeah, I did actually, because I like Fireball." But, I bought it for a New Year's Day present uh, for my best friend and her husband. I
That's
forgot
funny.
about it, and it was in September. And my son said, "Oh, well, I put them in the door, so um, I wound up just giving it to them for Thanksgiving," because I was like, "That's pretty sad." You know, you, it gets buried in the freezer.
Right, right.
But yeah, Larry and I were just like, "What's the point?" You know, we could, sit there and get an upset stomach or wind up throwing up or have a hangover the next morning or yada yada, and it's like, what's the fucking point?
Yeah, I've never really successfully drank. I like smoking pot.
Yeah, see, that's the thing with me is I've never been a pot smoker because it's a
Mm.
downer, and I have ADHD, and so I didn't want that. I went, I did a couple of years where I was hanging out with the wrong crowd, and I was doing upper, and and after that I was like, I felt like I was balanced more
Mm-hmm.
because that's what Adderall really is legal speed, legal meth, basically. And
My brain already went too fast. I needed to slow it down to think
well, see,
more
I couldn't
accurately.
physically, I couldn't physically keep up with what my brain was doing. Yeah. And what happened was when I did that, it sped my body up and balanced me out.
Mm.
And so that was my choice of playtime stuff, you know. And
Right, right.
so, but, quickly I was like, my daughter, when I found out I was pregnant with my daughter, um, when when I had hurt my back, um, they tagged me as having that in my system. and I was required to go to these courses, these mommy courses, you know. And to stay clean, they would test me and da 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 da. Well, all is well. And I always said, I told my daughter, I said, you know what? You are my saving grace. I said, when I found out I was pregnant with you, everything was null and void. Done. And I said, you saved me from probably being, you know, a meth head or whatever, you know. And to
Right,
this day,
right.
I'll tell it to her, you were my saving grace. You saved my life, you know, and I'm so grateful to her for that. But, you know, I just, you know, I don't see the point. And I've seen other people like around here, they're all meth heads, you know, and you see them and I'm like, oh, thank God my daughter saved me, because
Right.
I could have just as easily been there. I could have just as easily been like that.
Right, right.
You know? And so, no, my daughter saved me. And now I'm here with Larry and happy as happy could be.
Different life, right?
Huh?
A different life.
It is. And I was married twice. And let me tell you what, and he was with, you know, baby mamas or whatever, you know, and I don't think that if Larry and I 10 years ago, maybe a little more than that, you know, or whatever, would not have been good for each other, because we were not in the same mindset and heart set and everything that we were back then. And
Right,
everything we've done in our lives have prepared us for this,
right, right, right.
you know, because we stopped and we learned. But a lot of people don't do that. They don't pay
No,
attention,
they go
or they
balls
don't
to the
take
wall in
that
life.
they don't take that look back and actually look at their own criticism. You know, what did I do? Not just, oh, they did this, they did that, they did this. And it's like, no, I admit and I take accountability for my actions, for what I did.
Right.
And I know they
That's
haven't.
what I tried to teach my kids, that pointing the finger towards yourself first will clue you in faster than when you point to other people first.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm done with this cigarette, and Larry's pushing me to get going. So
Hey, you
I got to
guys
go.
have a great day, man.
Huh?
You guys have a great day.
All right. Yeah,
You guys too.
we'll probably see you later on sometime this afternoon.
Whoever's
All
stalking
right.
us, bye. See you later. Bye.
All right. Much love, guys.
Bye-bye.
Much love.
Bye.